Irmid orta hirne den all nefa corfuin, an sinistúr in arganífer agus neart agras da run orin cní de hort gan criecha, onas choruche, a hosol for an illa vriher agus ar nilla gní festa, agus go triat a criech no for each Christ our dear direct we beseech thee, O Lord, our actions, by thy holy inspirations, and carry them on by thy gracious assistance, that every word and work of ours may always begin from thee, and by thee be happily ended, through Christ our Lord. Amen. Now I call on the Minister for Finance and Public Expenditure and Reform, Minister Paschal Donoghue, to make his budget statement. Minister, you have 1 hour.
Ceann Comhairle, this is a budget without precedent. In bringing it to this House, we seek to manage risk for our nation while aiming to make progress on so much. From the health of our national finances, to the quality of our public services, and to the great challenge of climate change. But these are also times without precedent. And as we respond, we do so with the resources of a well-run economy and the purpose and certainty of good government and responsible politics. This is a budget that has been developed in the shadow of Brexit. And the context for Brexit has now shifted to no deal as our central assumption. This does not mean that no deal is inevitable. But equally, we stand ready if it does happen. In preparing for no deal, we can ensure that the government has the necessary resources at its disposal to meet the impact of Brexit, while keeping our public finances on the credible path that they have been on since 2011. Our responsible management of the public finances means that we will meet the challenge of a no-deal Brexit from a position of strength. This year, we have eliminated our deficit and are projecting a surplus of 0.2% of our national income. In the event that the UK leaves the EU with an agreement, we will continue to build on this surplus. And in the event of a no deal, we will intervene in a sustained and meaningful way to support jobs and our economy. We stand ready to act. And intervening to support the economy in the event of a no-deal scenario will see our surplus swing to a deficit of 0.6% of our national income next year. However, there is large uncertainty around this, given the unprecedented nature of a disorderly Brexit. And while this would be a setback, it is important to place it in the context of our recent strong performance in restoring our public finances. For example, from moving of a deficit of 2% of national income in 2015 to a balanced budget last year, while meeting the demands of a growing population. It is also the right thing to do for our economy, for our society, and for our citizens, for whom Brexit is something they did not choose and had no hand, act, or part in. So make no mistake, a no-deal Brexit will be very challenging for our country, but it is a challenge that Ireland has the measure of. I wish to acknowledge the contribution of my government colleagues in preparing this budget and the very positive and constructive engagement of the main opposition party in the context of the Confidence and Supply Agreement. Brexit is the most pressing and immediate risk to our economy. And with just 23 days to go before the UK is due to withdraw from the EU, the decisions that I am announcing today have been influenced by the increasing likelihood of a no-deal scenario. I stated in the summer economic statement that the economy is poised at a point between the twin risks of potential overheating and of Brexit. In addition, risks to the global economy are multiplying. A no-deal Brexit will mean a slower pace of growth in Ireland. However, this would be on a different scale to the multiple crises our economy faced during the Great Recession. Employment growth will slow, but we still expect that we would be able to create an additional 19,000 jobs across next year. An increase in tax revenue is also in prospect. However, equally, the risks associated with a no-deal outcome could become more severe than forecast. The rate at which we create new jobs may be slower, which could influence tax we collect. And while currently low, the cost of borrowing and market sentiment can shift rapidly, as our recent experience shows. So the government is clear about the challenges posed by Brexit. It's why we've been preparing since before the referendum in 2016. At all times we sought to protect our citizens, to support our economy, enterprise and jobs. To date, we have published 2 comprehensive contingency action plans. We've increased physical capacity at our ports and airports. We've provided training and financial supports to increase our customs capacity, and we've recruited 750 additional staff. In addition, we've made up to €600 million available through the Future Growth Loan Scheme and Brexit Loan Scheme. So this is already helping our businesses to mitigate the risk of Brexit. However, our central economic scenario is for a no-deal Brexit. This means we must increase again the level and range of supports to ensure that our economy is protected. And this is why I am today announcing a package of over €1.2 billion, excluding EU funding, to respond to Brexit. This package is in 2 parts. In the first part, I am making approximately €200 million in Brexit expenditure available next year. I am allocating this across a number of departments and agencies to increase our staffing, to upgrade our ports and airports, and to invest in the technology and facilities management that we will need. This is to ensure that we're ready for Brexit, whatever form it takes. However, if a no-deal happens, we will intervene to further protect our economy. This intervention will be based on the following principles. This funding is available to manage a no-deal Brexit. It will be borrowed money. If we do not need it, we will not borrow it. If a no-deal does not happen, it will not be borrowed for other purposes. A no-deal is unpredictable. Different sectors could be impacted in different ways. So, Ceann Comhairle, our response will demand flexibility and responsiveness. In the event of a no-deal, €650 million will be made available to support the agriculture, enterprise and tourism sectors and to assist the most affected citizens and regions. Of this, €220 million will be deployed immediately in the event of a no-deal. From this, €110 million for enterprises have been identified for the first wave of funding for targeted new interventions to help vulnerable but viable firms adjust to a no-deal Brexit. These interventions will support firms of all sizes at all levels of difficulty, with a particular focus on sectors most exposed, including food, manufacturing and internationally traded services. Support will be by way of grants, of loans, of equity. It will include a €45 million transition fund, a €42 million rescue and restructuring fund, an €8 million fund for food and non-food businesses, extra funding for Microfinance Ireland, €5 million for the local enterprise offices emergency Brexit funding, and additional funding for Intertrade Ireland and for our regulatory bodies. €110 million will be provided through the Department of Agriculture, Food and Marine in the event of a no-deal Brexit. The provision of immediate supports for our beef sector will be our first priority, as will support for our fishing fleet. We also want to support food companies to reorientate towards new products and markets. So to do this, €85 million will be provided for beef farmers, €14 million for fisheries, €6 million for livestock and the mushroom sector, €5 million for the food and drinks processing industry. And in addition to this, €40 million of funding for the tourism sector will be provided from this contingency fund. The funding will focus on regions most affected by a no-deal Brexit, how we would further advertise in the British market, dedicated promotion in other key tourism markets, encouraging direct access into our regional airports and ports from overseas markets, and domestically for Fáilte Ireland to support tourism enterprises through the Brexit Response Programme. The sequencing and the deployment of the balance of the €390 million of Brexit contingency funding will be determined closer to the time. This funding will assist our farms, our businesses and our citizens should no deal happen. And alongside this, €365 million will also be provided for extra social protection expenditure to support those at risk of losing their jobs or who have lost them, with a further €45 million being made available to assist people to transition to new work. I believe these supports will be sufficient, but if required, the Government stands ready to do more. If the economic impact of a no deal is more severe than forecast, I am prepared to use resources that would otherwise have been dedicated to the rainy day fund. The rationale for this fund is to accumulate funding that can be deployed in the event of an adverse shock to our economy. And given the small size and openness of our economy, the use of this type of funding is an important way to protect our economy in challenging times. My original intention was to transfer €500 million to this fund from the Exchequer this year, with an additional €1.5 billion being transferred from the Ireland Strategic Investment Fund. While I am committed to the transfer of the €1.5 billion, given that a no-deal Brexit is more likely, I have decided not to transfer the additional €500 million from the Exchequer this year. This is the appropriate response to the more challenging economic environment we may be facing. It will ensure we have in place the right support so that our economy is protected from the impacts of Brexit, and it ensures that government can continue to protect public services in the years ahead. So as we prepare for this, I can confirm to the House that our economy is in a strong position. After a long and difficult journey, balance was finally restored to the public finances last year. Despite many challenges, our economic growth is broadly based. Public capital investment in our future, will increase by 22% this year. The unemployment rate has fallen to 5.3% from a peak of 16% in 2012. Tax revenues are largely in line with forecasts for this year, with €40.7 billion collected to the end of September, an annual increase of 8.7%. We expect to meet our revised target of €58.6 billion by the end of this year. The Department of Finance, with the endorsement of the Irish Fiscal Advisory Council, is forecasting gross domestic product growth of 5.5% from the year, up from 3.9% in our update earlier in the year. The economy is forecast to grow by 0.7% next year. IFAC has also pointed out the uncertainty around this, given the unprecedented nature of a disorderly Brexit, and I share this assessment. The same is true for the forecast of the budgetary position for next year. My department is forecasting a deficit of 0.6%, but in reality, there is a wide margin around this, given the unprecedented nature of this event. Furthermore, it doesn't take into account any expenditure from the Rainy Day Fund. It is imperative to boost the resilience of the Irish economy in order to minimise, insofar as is possible, any future disruption. And this budget is designed to protect recent progress in our economy. It will act as a bridge to a better future for our country. And crucial to this will be how we manage our public spending. Since 2011, we've diversified our economy. It's now more balanced. In the run-up to the crisis, nearly 11% of jobs in the Irish economy were in construction. Today, that figure is just above 6%. When it comes to the public finances, the contrast is stark. At the peak of the last economic cycle, day-to-day spending had grown by 57%, an average increase of 11% each year. By contrast, between 2015 and 2019, as we emerged from the bailout period, and with significant pent-up pressures in our society and our economy, day-to-day spending has grown by a more modest 19%, which is on average an annual growth rate in the region of 4%. And as such, we're entering a time of change with this strength, and I'm confident that we are more than capable of meeting challenges ahead. Today's budget, therefore, has two strands to it. The first strand, much of which I've dealt with, deals with the extra steps we are now taking to face up to the very real risk of a no-deal Brexit. The second will ensure that we can improve our public services, that we can help our most vulnerable citizens. The sustainable funding and the effective delivery of our public services is the touchstone for good government. So it is an important principle that when a government sets out its plans for a future budget, people should have confidence that the government will indeed deliver a budget of this scale, not more and certainly not less. And as Minister for Finance and Public Expenditure and Reform, I take this responsibility very seriously. This is what we have endeavoured to do. And in the past, it has proven difficult to deliver a budget in October which lines up closely and exactly with the government's plans for the first half of the year. And in part, this was due to cost pressures that have arisen, especially in the health sector. So these overruns had to be dealt with on top of the planned budgetary package. And as IFAC have stated, this is not a satisfactory way to manage the budgetary process from year to year. I accept that. So this year marks a turning point in responding to these issues. In total, the supplementary estimates that I am providing for this year are less than half of last year. Yes, they're still high, but a significant reduction has occurred. My colleague, the Minister for Health, and the new leadership team in the HSE have succeeded in containing the additional cost pressures in the health sector to less than half of the level of last year. The new HSE Governance Board can now prepare a 2020 National Service Plan with improved health services for our citizens and without carrying over a large financial overhang from this year. In other words, we'll see a transition to a new and more stable model of governance within the health sector. In the summer economic statement, I stated that €2.8 billion of additional resources were available for 2020. Of this, €2.1 billion had been pre-committed, leaving €700 million to be allocated. To enhance the resources available for allocation in the budget, I am implementing targeted tax changes to the net value of around €300 million. This is paying for additional expenditure. It brings the total net budget package to just over €2.9 billion. This package incorporates fully the extra expenditure pressures that will be carried over from 2019. Current spending will increase by 3.5% compared to what we expect to spend by the end of this year. I believe this is appropriate at this point in the economic cycle. It's different. We're looking to take on board concerns that have been offered. This approach balances stability, a very precious commodity in these uncertain times, with the need to protect and enhance the public services that our citizens depend upon. The detail of these increases and what they mean for our public services are set out in the expenditure report. Total voted expenditure in 2020 will be €70 billion. This will allow the government to fund new capital projects, to respond to change in our society and to provide targeted improvements in public services. But while Brexit represents our most immediate economic risk, climate change is without doubt our defining challenge. We need to prove that we can grow the economy while reducing our environmental impact. For the first time, we now have a plan that sets out a pathway towards achieving our 2030 climate and energy targets. The Climate Action Plan will be supported by the climate-related National Development Plan, an investment of €8.1 billion and a further €13.7 billion of investment by our state companies. But this investment by itself will not solve our climate challenge. Bold and new decisions are needed on our investment priorities, but also on taxation and regulation. Carbon pricing is part of this. There is cross-party support, or nearly cross-party support, to increase the price of carbon from €20 to €80 per tonne by 2030. This would raise an additional €6 billion that could be invested in decarbonising our economy, while also protecting the most vulnerable from the increases in living costs associated with the carbon change. I know this will not be easy for everyone. Therefore, instead of a larger increase in any one year, I am committed to a €6 increase as a first step towards this target. And it is this government's intention and my ambition to increase this steadily to meet the 2030 target. This increase will apply from midnight tonight to auto fuels, but its application to other fuels will be delayed until May 2020, until after the winter heating season. This measure will raise €90 million in 2020, all of which will be ring-fenced to fund new climate action measures, which will protect the most vulnerable in our society, change how we travel, deliver new environmental schemes in Irish food and agriculture, and invest in our low-carbon future. We know that climate disruption is already impacting our country. In the Midlands in particular, job losses are already being experienced. Midlands communities, understandably, feel very concerned, feel very threatened by the potential closure of Bord na Móna and ESP power stations in their region. These companies have sustained families and communities for many decades. While it is accepted that there is a need for change, it is the government's duty to ensure that no one group of citizens, of workers, of communities or enterprises is left behind by this disruption. And our Midlands will be the first region facing this change. So this is why I am using a portion of the carbon tax revenues next year to fund a package targeted at the Midlands. The government will now work with local communities on the best use of this funding. €20 million will be dedicated to the creation of a new energy efficiency scheme targeted initially at the social housing stock in the region. This aims to create new, sustainable employment in the region. I am providing a further €5 million for peatland rehabilitation. This is a 250% increase in the budget allocated for rehabilitation to support the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and to enhance biodiversity. In addition, a dedicated new Just Transition Fund has been created. This fund will be devoted to those priorities identified by the communities themselves. €6 million will be available in 2020. To help communities determine the most pressing priorities, my colleague, the Minister for Communications, Climate Action and Environment, will shortly appoint a Just Transition Commissioner. The Commissioner will engage with all relevant stakeholders in the Midlands, including Bord na Móna and the relevant unions, and will work closely with the National Economic and Social Council and with a local task force. Investment of this scale in energy efficiency will support over 400 environmentally sustainable jobs, with up to 100 more jobs possible through expanded peatlands rehabilitation. In relation to tax measures and in support of climate and public health policy, I am replacing the 1% diesel surcharge introduced last year with a nitrogen oxide emissions-based charge. This surcharge will apply to all passenger cars registered for the first time in the state from the 1st of January next year. The charge will apply on €1 per milligram kilometre basis, with the rate increasing in line with the level of nitrogen oxide emitted. The surcharge reflects the detrimental effect of these emissions on our environment and will have a particular impact on older and more pollutant cars. In addition, in the Finance Bill, I will introduce an environmental rationale for benefits in kind for commercial vehicles from 2023, extend the benefits in kind zero rate on electric vehicles to 2022, extend VRT release for conventional and plug-in hybrids to 2020, but subject to CO2 thresholds. I will reduce qualifying CO2 thresholds for release in respect of capital allowances and VAT reclaim on commercial vehicles, and I will provide additional relief through the diesel rebate scheme to hauliers to compensate that sector at a time of risk for them and us for the increased cost of fuel. Furthermore, in line with the recommendations in the Climate Action Plan, I am equalising electricity tax rates for business and non-business. These are the necessary and, I acknowledge, challenging changes to support our transition to a low-carbon economy. This is important across all sectors, but including for our businesses. And this is because more people are employed in our country today than ever before. And this reflects the vital contribution that businesses, small and big, make to our economy. Our goal in government is to support businesses to compete both at home and abroad. This is even more important with Brexit approaching. Future Jobs Ireland, along with our projects, Project Ireland 2040, Global Ireland 2025 and the Climate Action Plan, represent an integrated approach to prepare for the opportunities and for the challenges of the future. The government is backing businesses by allocating nearly €1 billion to the Department of Business, Enterprise and Innovation next year. This is a 2% increase, and it will allow the department and our enterprise agencies to continue to support businesses in the future. €10 million of this increase will go towards the Disruptive Technologies Innovation Fund, meaning that a total amount of €30 million will be available for co-funded projects involving enterprises and research partners in 2020. One of our key challenges for our small and medium companies and enterprises is Brexit. And I am conscious that a disorderly Brexit will present unique challenges. But this is why we already have in place a suite of supports for enterprises, including the Brexit Loan Scheme and the Future Growth Loan Scheme, which are providing up to €600 million in support for businesses. I am also announcing today a timely package of improvements to a number of tax supports for Irish businesses. I am providing for the Key Employee Engagement Programme, or KEEP, to apply to company group structures as well as allowing for greater flexibility for employees to move within these structures. I'm also adjusting the rules of the scheme to allow for part-time and family-friendly working arrangements for KEEP employees. These changes are subject to state aid approval. I also intend to continue the reform of the Employment and Investment Incentive, EII, that I started last year. I am allowing for full income tax relief to be provided in the year of investment rather than splitting it over years 1 and 4, as has been the case for now. I also intend to increase the annual investment limit for the incentive to €250,000 and provide for a new €500,000 annual investment limit being introduced for those investors who are prepared to invest in EII for 10 years or more. The legislation will provide that these changes will apply from today's date. All of these details will be included in the Finance Bill. Research and development plays an important role in the economy by contributing to innovation, to productivity, and ensuring that Ireland is competitive in attracting quality employment and investment. So this is why I am pleased to announce a number of changes to our long-standing R&D tax credit, with a particular focus on supporting claims to the credit by smaller companies. Firstly, I am increasing the R&D tax credit from 25% to 30% for micro and small companies, and I will allow an improved method of calculating the limit on payable credit. I'm also introducing a new provision to allow micro and small companies to claim the credit on qualifying pre-trading R&D expenditure before they actually commence trade. While pre-trading, the credit will be limited to offsets against VAT and payroll taxes. These measures will be introduced again, subject to state aid approval. Finally, in respect of all claimants, I am increasing the current limit to third-level institutes of education from 5% to 15%. This may be of particular benefit to smaller companies who rely on outsourcing to undertake research and development, and will also support research and development activities in the third-level sector. Earlier this year, I commissioned an independent review of the Special Assignee Relief Programme and the Foreign Earnings Deduction. The review confirms the rationale for the existence and continuation of both of these schemes. So in addition to the changes and supports that I just mentioned, and consistent with the findings of the review and my department's tax expenditure guidelines, I will be extending these programmes until the end of 2022. Following the findings of an external review of the revised capital gains tax entrepreneurial relief, I am not proposing to make any changes to that relief at this time, but I have asked my department to consider the outcome of the review to determine any changes that could be made to the relief to better support entrepreneurial activity. In order to allow larger microbreweries to expand, particularly with regard to their export sales, I am increasing the qualifying production threshold from 40,000 hectolitres to 50,000 hectolitres. I am retaining the cap of 30,000 hectolitres as the volume of relief upon which claims can be made. In recognition of the difficulties experienced by small independent bookmakers, I am introducing a relief from the betting duty and betting intermediary duty of up to a limit of €50,000 per calendar year. Again, this is subject to the conditions laid down in state aid regulations. Another key area we must secure for the future is our rural economy, which supports thousands of jobs in increasingly diverse areas. And as such, and subject to state aid approval, I am extending the farm restructuring relief introduced in Budget 2013 to the end of 2022 with no change to the conditions of the relief. Agriculture and rural development are cornerstones of our economy. They support so many thousands of jobs. However, the challenges facing our rural economy, such as Brexit, changes in the global economy and climate change, will require change over time. And this is why the government is investing nearly €2 billion in rural Ireland in 2020. This includes an additional €51 million for the Department of Agriculture, Food and Marine and €17 million for the Department of Rural and Community Development. Within this, I am allocating €3 million in order to pilot new agri-environmental schemes in 2020. These schemes will help to reduce emissions from within the sector, while improving biodiversity and water quality and supporting farm incomes. And conscious of the particular impact that a no-deal Brexit will have on our rural economy, the government stands ready to further increase the level of investment already in place. The tourism sector is another key part of our economy, rooted in communities, supporting rural job creation. The tourism sector has been performing very well in recent years. A record 10.6 million visitors from abroad last year has led to a record number of jobs in that sector. However, I understand the concerns for the future of our tourism sector. These stem from the slowdown in economic growth in our main markets, in addition to known negative impacts that a no-deal Brexit will have. So to support the sector in 2020, I am allocating €40 million for tourism-specific initiatives, and the government will further support the industry should a no deal happen. The government will also support the tourism sector by continuing to promote and strengthen our position internationally. As part of our Brexit strategy, we'll continue to explore new markets for our businesses. We'll continue to promote our international profile through Global Ireland 2025, which aims to double our global footprint. In this context, I am pleased to announce an increase of €21 million in Ireland's overseas development assistance next year. This means that Ireland will provide €837 million in 2020 to be invested in less developed countries. And as part of this, I am announcing that Ireland will double its annual contribution to the Green Climate Fund, which provides much-needed financial support to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in developing countries. Transforming our approach to transport is also one of the ways we'll rise to this challenge. Our Climate Action Plan sets out our vision. So in order to support this sector, I am allocating €2.7 billion to the Department of Transport, Tourism and Sport next year. This is a substantial increase of €384 million in 2019. This will include investment in our rural transport network. This funding includes a portion of the 2020 carbon tax revenues to support the sector. So from this, I am providing €9 million for sustainable mobility projects around the country, including for greenways and new urban cycling projects. I'm allocating an additional €3 million for additional electric vehicle infrastructure. This will double the number of local authority on-street charge points that will be installed in 2020. It will support a new scheme to install communal charging points at apartment blocks, and it will facilitate the rollout of fast charging points from taxi ranks at transport hubs around the country. In addition, €8 million will be allocated to the Department of Communications, Climate Action and Environment to maintain grants for individuals purchasing electric cars. These measures represent critical steps to future-proof our transport system. In the area of culture, I am pleased to be providing additional allocations in 2020 to facilitate our commemorations programme, increased support for artists and culture, increased investment in the Gaeltacht and our language, and increased support for biodiversity and the restoration of our peatlands. This builds on increases in cultural investment in previous years. Another area where further investment is required is in housing. Following years of underinvestment, the government has allocated €6.6 billion for the delivery of social housing supports in the last 4 years. Building on this, I am allocating over €2.5 billion to the housing programme in 2020. This is an unprecedented level of investment. This will allow the government to continue to respond to the significant increase in demand for housing support while prioritising investment in our social housing programme. In the wider housing market, there has now been an 82% increase in new dwelling completions between 2016 and 2018. House price increases are moderating, government policies are helping, but more needs to be done. We will also continue to engage with the credit union movement on appropriate mechanisms for them to establish a vehicle to invest in improved housing bodies. Despite the significant investment in homelessness in the last couple of years, the numbers in receipt of homeless services, of course, remains too high. Therefore, I am allocating a further €20 million for homeless services, bringing total funding to €166 million in 2020. This will provide support to citizens in emergency accommodation. It will increase preventative measures in terms of long-term support and day services. In the area of social housing, I am allocating capital funding of over €1.1 billion to support the delivery of over 11,000 new social homes in 2020. A further 12,000 units will be delivered in 2021. I am providing an additional €80 million for the Housing Assistance Payment Scheme next year. This funding will support the existing tenancies availing of the payments, as well as an additional 15,750 new tenancies next year. And in order to assist with the provision of new and affordable homes, an additional €17.5 million is being provided to the Land Development Agency, and €186 million is being allocated for the Serviced Sites Fund and the Local Infrastructure Activation Fund in 2020. This government is making €130 million of investment available for urban regeneration and development funding. This is to support projects that will contribute to the rejuvenation of our main cities and other large towns. Of course, the high cost of renting is a key concern for this government. In response, we have introduced rent pressure zones, and there are now 44 in operation throughout the state. In Budget 2020, I am providing almost €2 million in additional funding to the Residential Tenancies Board to support their increased powers to investigate and sanction non-compliance with rent pressure zone measures. To date, some 15,000 new homes have been purchased or built by first-time buyers under the Help to Buy scheme. In order to provide certainty to those who are hoping to buy their first home soon, and to those who are planning and building these homes, I am extending the incentive in its current form for a further period of 2 years to the end of 2021. I can also confirm to the House an extension to the Living City initiative out to the end of 2022. I have decided to increase the rate of stamp duty applicable to non-residential property by 1.5% from effect tonight. The commercial property market continues to perform strongly, and I expect that this increase can be borne by the sector without any significant impact. There are long-standing relief measures which should mitigate the increase in certain circumstances, and normal transitional arrangements will apply for transactions in progress. I have decided that, with effect from tonight, stamp duty at the rate of 1% will be applicable where a scheme of arrangement involving a so-called cancellation scheme, in accordance with Part 9 of the Companies Act of 2014, is used for the sale of a company. Full details on these two measures will be contained in the financial resolution to be presented to the House later this evening. This government has overseen the largest investment in our health service in the history of our state. Building on this, today I am announcing that current expenditure in health is set to increase by 6.3% to €17.4 billion in 2020. This represents a €1 billion increase, which will be used to fund a supplementary estimate of €335 million, and will ensure that we can continue to respond to significant demographic changes that are placing greater demands on our health services. Among other changes, I am announcing an additional €25 million in the National Treatment Purchase Fund. I will reduce prescription charges for all persons by 50 cents. The monthly threshold for the drug payment scheme is being reduced by €10 per month, and I am also increasing medical card income thresholds for people over 70 by €50 for a single person or €150 for a couple per week. This will benefit up to 56,000 citizens. Following the success of the rollout of free GP care to under 6s from September, the Government intends to expand free GP care to children under 8 and free dental care for children under 6. These changes represent important cost of living reductions for the most vulnerable in our society, and to provide support that older people need to be cared for in their own homes instead of hospital or residential care. 1 million additional home care hours will be provided in 2020. Funding to support this Launching Care implementation strategy will include a ring-fence Launching Care integration fund of €20 million and €12 million care redesign fund, as well as new investments to improve and enhance our community healthcare services with the recruitment of up to 1,000 therapists, nurses and other healthcare professionals. I am increasing excise duty on a pack of 20 cigarettes by 50 cents, with a pro-rata increase on other tobacco products. This will bring the price of cigarettes in the most popular price category up to €13.50. Education is another area that's been prioritised by this government. Over €11 billion will be provided to the Department of Education and Skills in 2020. This will be the highest ever allocation, an increase of nearly €2 billion since 2016. And within this, I am providing for over 150 new mainstream teaching posts in schools and investment of €1.9 billion in special education. This will provide over 400 additional teaching posts to support those with special educational needs and the hiring of over 1,000 SNAs, or special needs assistants. We will have more SNAs in schools than ever before. I'm also providing funding for a skills package, including supports for small schools, increases in the standard and enhanced capitation rates, and additional funding for school books in primary schools. €190 million of additional funding has been invested into higher and further education and training since 2018. This has been secured by a phased increase in the National Training Fund levy. 2020 was the final 0.1% increase in the levy to enable a further €74 million investment in 2020. This is to enable reskilling and further learning. This will complement the major investment in higher education, in addition to the €300 million Human Capital Initiative. An additional €60 million in 2020 funding will provide an estimated 3,000 additional places in priority skills area and drive continued reform and innovation of our higher education system. I'm allocating an additional €94 million for the Department of Children and Youth Affairs. With this, I'm increasing the allocation for TUSA, the Child and Family Agency, by over €29 million. This is to support the continued reduction in the number of children for a social worker and address cost pressures in private residential and foster care. Funding for early learning and childcare will increase by €54 million. This is to support the continued provision of 2 years ECHE for all children, to ensure the full participation of children with disabilities under the Access and Inclusion model, and to support the introduction of the National Childcare Scheme. The Government is also delivering in the areas of justice and policing. Investment in the sector will increase by €120 million in 2020, an increase of 4.7%. Next year, I'm increasing the budget of An Garda Síochána by €81 million. This is to deliver up to 700 new Garda recruits. In addition, extra civilian staff will allow more trade Gardaí to return to frontline policing. I'm allocating an additional €39 million in current expenditure to the broader justice sector, an increase of 4.8%. This will fund increasing costs in direct provision and greater levels of activity in both the court service and the prison service. In addition, the Ewalia scheme has been extended for people in mortgage arrears, and 2020 will see the establishment of the Judicial Council. I am also increasing capital investment. An allocation of €265 million in 2020 will support the construction of the new Forensic Science Laboratory, the redevelopment and modernisation of Limerick Prison, new Garda offices in Dublin to replace Harcourt Street, and further investment in Garda IT to allow their digital strategy to be advanced. I also want to acknowledge the great work our Defence Forces do, both at home and overseas, and I am pleased to be allocating over €32 million in additional funding to the Defence Vote Group. This increased allocation emphasises the importance attached by the Government to ensuring that the Defence Forces have the resources necessary to deliver on all the roles assigned by Government, both at home and overseas. Turning to our taxation system, I will not commit to across-the-board personal tax cuts at this time of economic uncertainty, as to do so could potentially undermine the sustainability of our public finances. The unfunded tax cut of today is the unwelcome tax increase of tomorrow. It's important to avoid a decision and a situation where decisions made this year might be reversed in the future. I do not want to go down that path again. Care is needed. So in terms of personal income tax changes today, I am announcing an increase in the home carers credit of €100 to bring the value of the credit to €1,600. This is to support working families with caring responsibilities in the home. For the self-employed, I am increasing the earned income credit by €150 to bring the value of the credit to €1,500. These changes will cost an additional €27 million in 2020. I am also announcing an extension of the reduced rate of USC for medical card holders for a further year to the end of December 2020. I am announcing a two-stage process that will increase tax compliance and thereby increase tax yields as part of Budget 2020, focused on ensuring the correct amounts of income tax and USC are paid on the income from distribution of Irish resident companies. Revenue have identified a potential gap between the dividend withholding tax remitted by companies and the income tax and USC that is ultimately payable by the individual taxpayers. So in order to address this gap, I am announcing targeted changes to the dividend withholding tax regime. It will take place in two steps. First, an increase in the rate of dividend withholding tax from 20% to 25% from the 1st of January, and second, from the 1st of January 2021, revenue will be introduced in a modified dividend withholding tax regime. This will utilise real-time data collected under the newly modernised PAYE system and allow a personalised rate of dividend withholding tax to be applied to each individual taxpayer based on the actual rates of tax that they pay. These changes will not alter the underlying amounts of tax that are due to be paid by Irish residents and will increase the compliance by facilitating taxpayers in paying the right amount of tax at the right time. They will also provide further opportunities to deliver tangible benefits to taxpayers of the newly modernised PAYE system that has been in effect since this January. As I announced in May of this year, I have decided to increase the rate at which the bank levy is charged from 59% to 170%. This new rate will preserve the existing contribution of €150 million paid by the affected financial institutions for 2019 and 2020. Our financial resolution will give effect to this increase from tonight. Ireland has a competitive corporation tax rate. It has served us well and it will not be changing. our corporation tax revenue has been growing strongly. At the end of September, receipts totalling €5.8 billion represented an increase of 13.2%. And while this is welcome, I am acutely aware of the risks associated with their concentration. It's something I have already acknowledged. Earlier this year, I committed to the publication of a paper to address these specific vulnerabilities and the risks they raise. I am publishing this paper and looking at the policy options that are available to ensure the sustainability of our public finances. The certainty of our rate and our broader regime is an important factor in promoting investment here at a time of growing uncertainty. But this certainty is only achievable because we continue to take actions to ensure our tax regime is transparent, is sustainable and that it is legitimate. To that end, I have continued to take action on corporation tax reform as set out in our roadmap. In the Finance Bill of 2019, I will be introducing a new anti-hybrid mismatch rules in line with our commitments under the Anti-Tax Avoidance Directive. I will also be making a technical amendment to the exit rules introduced last year to ensure they function as intended, to be introduced via a financial resolution tonight. I will also be reforming our transfer pricing provisions to ensure they are in line with up-to-date OECD standards. The new rules will apply from the 1st of January. The process of global tax reform is ongoing. The challenge before us is to build a global and robust tax architecture that works for all into the future. I believe that it's in Ireland's interest that this work is successful at ensuring the continuation of a stable and consensus-based international tax framework into the future. And as this work continues, my priority will be to ensure that our interests are central to the process of forming a new consensus. Institutional investors have an important role to play in terms of increasing supply, both of commercial and residential property. This type of investment is very welcome at a time when increasing supply to meet housing challenges is so important. However, it is also essential that an appropriate level of tax is paid by such investors. Following review of the first financial statements filed this year by Irish real estate funds, Revenue has identified that some IREFs have engaged in aggressive behaviour to avoid tax. Therefore, I am introducing a number of new anti-avoidance measures to take effect via financial resolution this evening. This includes new limitations on interest expenses to prevent over-leveraging and a measure to combat the artificial avoidance of gains on redemption of IREF units. I have instructed my officials to intensely scrutinise activities in this regime over the coming year with a view to taking further action if needed. I will also be making a number of targeted amendments to the Real Estate Investment Trust regime from today to ensure that an appropriate level of tax is paid on property gains by REITs. The REIT framework was introduced to promote stable, long-term investment in rental property by removing a double layer of tax that will also apply on collective investment. However, it is not intended to provide an exemption from tax on income and or gains, and the amendments that I am introducing will ensure that this objective is upheld. I recognise that there are ongoing concerns about the capital acquisitions tax impact on the inheritance of the family home. Therefore, I have decided to increase the lifetime Group A threshold, which broadly applies to transfers between parents and their children, from €320,000 to €335,000. In addition to our progressive tax system, this government's investment in social transfers has significantly reduced the level of inequality in our society. In previous years, I have provided for significant increases in resources. The social welfare allocation that I am announcing today is more moderate and it is more targeted. It commits to an increase of €690 million in 2020 for this department. It will enable us to maintain increases in place to support the elderly and children and families at risk from poverty and protect the most vulnerable from the impact of the carbon tax. With these goals in mind, today I am announcing the payment of a 100% Christmas bonus in all social welfare recipients in 2019. In 2020, I am increasing by €5 the living alone allowance to help our most vulnerable elderly and disabled citizens. I am providing for further increases of €15 for the one-parent family payment and job seeker transition income disregards, and €10 for the working family payment income thresholds for families with up to 3 children to ensure that work pays for them. I am also committing to increases in qualified child payments by a further €3 for over 12s and €2 for under 12s. The burden of the increase in carbon tax, of course, falls unequally. This is why I am increasing the fuel allowance by €2 per week, and I will match this with increases to programmes that help address the causes of fuel poverty. I am providing €13 million for the Warmer Homes scheme to provide free energy efficiency upgrades to households deemed to be in or at risk of energy poverty. This reduces the energy required to adequately heat a home, thereby reducing a household's exposure to increases in energy costs. And finally, I am proud to be a Minister for the Civil Service, and I want to pay tribute to all of our civil and public servants who do great work on behalf of our country and citizens. The number of public servants now stands at 335,000. Numbers have increased since 2014. However, demographic changes and the next wave of technological change will place new demands on our offices and departments. The civil service of the future will be different in terms of its skill mix, its use of technology and its geographical footprint. We are therefore developing a longer-term vision and strategy for the civil service. And as part of this strategy, I have asked my officials to review future workforce and office requirements for our civil servants and to report to me next year. The review will consider the location of our support offices and services to ensure consistency with the goals of Ireland 2040 and balanced regional development. Brexit, Ceann Comhairle, is a great challenge. But our country will grow, our economy will develop. Budget 2020 aims to make progress on much at a time of risk, but also at a time of opportunity. It invests in our future while meeting the needs of today. It aims to further improve our national finances while the demands on public spending are so many. It marks a necessary step in our response to climate change while conscious of the needs and difficulties that this step creates. And it does all this while continuing to get our country ready for Brexit. Measures in this budget strengthen our foundations. They deepen our economic resilience. And few, Ceann Comhairle, would have expected this Dáil to pass a third budget. Those hardy few, predicting a fourth, would hardly have predicted one such as this. Yet, here we are. We have shown that the centre of Irish politics can not only hold, but can adopt and can change. And it is in that spirit that I commend this budget to the House.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Michael McGrath, please. Can we
to give it a
Can
second.
we have a little silence in the House, please?
Yeah.
Can the members leaving please leave quietly?
Thank you very much, Ceann Comhairle. Ceann Comhairle, this is not a time for politics as usual. Fianna Fáil has afforded the government the time and space to focus on delivering the best possible Brexit outcome for Ireland. That was and remains the right approach for the largest opposition party in this country, given the enormity of what is at stake. Our decision to allow a fourth budget to pass should not be misread as some kind of endorsement of this government. Like many of our citizens, we are deeply frustrated with this government's obsession with spin and PR and their failure to deliver where it really matters for the people we represent. The people will have their opportunity to give their verdict on the government, but for now, the priority has to be to steer this country through the Brexit storm. At a time when there is so much on the line for our country, I believe the people who elected us to this House expect the government of the day and those who really want to be in government to show leadership and to act responsibly. That is why, despite the failure of this government in health and housing and in so many other areas, Fianna Fáil agreed to facilitate a fourth and final budget under confidence and supply. Given the ongoing chaos in Westminster, the value of political stability here in Ireland should not be underestimated. The judgment of our leader, Deputy Micheál Martin, last December, that there should be no general election in 2019 has been absolutely vindicated by the events that have transpired since. The real effects of a crash-out Brexit are unknown, but it will undoubtedly be devastating for some sectors of our economy and the people who work in them. A key priority we have today, and for whatever time is left in this stall, is to do everything we possibly can to protect jobs from the effects of Brexit, the jobs that support families, the jobs that pay mortgages, pay rent, pay other household bills, the jobs that sustain rural Ireland and parts of urban Ireland too. Ceann Comhairle, the risk of the UK crashing out of the EU without a deal at the end of this month, or indeed at some point next year, with all its negative consequences for Ireland, is the inescapable backdrop to this budget. There is simply no getting away from it. We all know that many people are weary of Brexit and the endless media coverage, and God knows you could hardly blame them. But the outcome of Brexit will set the direction of our country for many years to come. In 2018, we exported over €16 billion worth of goods to the UK and imported $20 billion. This represents 11% of total goods exports and 22% of total imports. But in some sectors, as we all know, such as agri-food, tourism and indigenous manufacturing, the level of dependence on trade with the UK and therefore the level of exposure is far greater indeed. The closer you get to the border, cross-border trade and the freedom to move over and back across the border unhindered is intrinsic to daily life. Even more important than the economics is the imperative of protecting the hard-won peace on our island. In tribute to those who needlessly lost their lives over several decades, this is a peace that can and should never be taken for granted. Protecting the peace and upholding the Good Friday Agreement is non-negotiable. Ceann Comhairle, no economic model will predict with any degree of accuracy the true consequences of a crash-out Brexit for the people of Ireland. The impact of a no deal on business sentiment and consumer confidence is, of course, the great unknown. What we can say with certainty is that the Irish economy will take a sudden and sharp turn for the worse in a no deal scenario. A no deal would see a step change in the trading relationship between Ireland and the UK. We would see tariffs on goods going to the UK, such as beef and cheese, making many of them dramatically more costly and less competitive. We too would see tariffs on UK goods coming into Ireland, making them more expensive for our businesses and our consumers. We would see regulatory divergence and customs checks, not just east-west, but most certainly north-south as well. And all of this would lead to an increase in the cost of trading and doing business. Irish products would lose out in the UK, and Irish businesses relying on UK goods would have to reorganise their supply chains fundamentally. Add to this the sheer administrative burden and red tape that would be added to what is now a free-flowing, seamless border between Ireland and the UK. There are over 5,000 product lines under WTO rules that will face some sort of tariff, both coming into and going out of Ireland to the UK. A crash-out Brexit would most certainly see a further depreciation in the value of sterling. It could well reach parity with the euro, or perhaps even worse. This will put all Irish producers at a major competitive disadvantage. The tourism sector supports some 270,000 jobs in this country, and it is already feeling the effects of the unfolding Brexit saga. Fáilte Ireland have predicted that a no-deal Brexit could cost 10,000 jobs in this sector alone quite quickly. The pain from a hard Brexit will not be evenly spread throughout Ireland. It will be most acute in the border region and other regions outside of urban Ireland, where agriculture and tourism are the pillars of the local economy. The Central Bank, Department of Finance, the ESRI and others predict a slowdown in the Irish economy, with some predictions that Ireland could even enter recession if this all goes wrong. Between 50 and 55,000 jobs that would otherwise be created will simply not happen. The state's finances could, according to the summer economic statement, deteriorate by some €30 billion over the next number of years. And next year, according to today's budget, Ireland would have to borrow at least €2 billion if a no-deal Brexit becomes a reality. This is on top of the €20 billion that the NTMA will have to refinance in the next number of years. By any measure, the figures are chilling. We know from various measures of consumer and business sentiment, such as the Purchasing Managers Index and so on, consumer sentiment and business confidence is falling, and falling fast. Lending to SMEs remains subdued. Companies are putting off key investment decisions until certainty returns. All of this points to the fact that Brexit is already having a dampening effect on the Irish economy. Brexit is here and now for some sectors already. And it is for all of these reasons that the Government needs to hasten its preparations for a potential no-deal Brexit. Fianna Fáil has given the Government the support it needs in Brexit, but we have serious and deep concerns about the preparations to date for a no-deal Brexit. The Government first needs to come clean on what a no-deal Brexit will look like for people and businesses. Up to very recently, the Government assured those same businesses that there would be no physical infrastructure around the border, even in the event of a no-deal. Yet slowly and surely it has become clear that this will not be the case. The Government language has noticeably evolved and changed over time. There will be checks if there is a no-deal, but we have no clarity on what they will look like, no clarity on where the checks will take place, no clarity on what checks will take place, and no clarity on how long these checks will take. We still have no idea how the major ports around our country will deal with the increase in the number of checks, the backlogs and the delays, how the trucks and containers will be handled. Will we see ships queuing outside the Irish ports? And there has been precious little for Irish SMEs to work off. Their businesses have not been given the certainty and clarity that they need from government at this time. In today's budget, some €650 million has been set aside for a no-deal Brexit. We welcome this funding and its intention to assist businesses to adapt to the new economic reality. But this money cannot be tied up in red tape. It needs to be deployed very quickly in a no-deal scenario. And what is very obviously missing from today's budget documentation, insofar as I can see, are any details as to how firms can access this funding immediately. And bear in mind, we are just over 3 weeks away from a potential crash-out. We are seeing some progress in the number of firms registering with customs in terms of an ERI number, but we have seen a very slow uptake to date across the various Brexit schemes that have been provided. The Brexit loan scheme, only €43 million of the €300 million fund has been sanctioned to date. Similarly, with the Future Growth Loan Scheme, again a €300 million fund, just €44 million of that has been sanctioned, proving the point that firms are very reluctant to take on additional debt at this time. The same is true of all the various grant schemes that have been announced. The Be Prepared grants, just 216 companies, less than 200 companies approved for the Market Discovery Fund, just 60 approved for the Agile Innovation Fund, less than 170 for the Clear Customs Grant, and just over 1,000 have obtained the Strategic Consultancy Grant. Businesses need certainty and they need support. While there may be an emerging view that Brexit will be deferred again to next year, there is absolutely no certainty of that. This could still go terribly wrong in the few weeks ahead, and the Government needs to urgently provide the level of clarity and certainty needed to allow these businesses, whose survival is at stake, to plan for a very uncertain future. I think it is important, Ceann Comhairle, that we acknowledge in this House the support and solidarity that the Government and our country has had from our EU partners, and to put that on the record. And I have no hesitation, Taoiseach and Taoiseach, in wishing you all the very best in the days and weeks ahead as you seek to achieve the best possible outcome for Ireland in the context of the negotiations ahead. With the limited space available in today's budget, Ceann Comhairle, as a party we have focused our discussions with Government on securing progress on certain key priorities, and we are pleased that today's budget includes an extra 700 Gardaí working in communities across the country, a €100 million fund for the Treatment Purchase Fund to tackle waiting lists in our hospitals, an extra 1 million home help or home support hours, which are so badly needed, the recruitment of extra therapists to allow more and earlier assessments for young children with special needs and more therapy interventions for them when they need it, more staff and school places in the area of special education, increased funding for respite care and residential places, some changes, albeit modest, to the various enterprise tax schemes to support Indigenous firms, the extension of the Help to Buy scheme, and modest tax reductions for the self-employed and home carers. My colleague Deputy Conn will go into more detail in the various spending areas in a moment. But of course, Ceann Comhairle, it's not just Brexit that poses a threat to our economy. Altogether aside from Brexit, the growth in the Irish economy is predicted to slow. We are seeing the effects of rising global trade tensions, with tariffs now imposed on some EU exports, including Irish exports to the US. Central banks throughout the world are struggling to stimulate their economies. The engine of the Eurozone, the German economy, is on the brink of recession. As a small, open economy, Ireland is particularly vulnerable to changes in the international economic environment. The economic winds have been at our backs for the last number of years. Everything that could have gone our way did go our way. Low interest rates for the sovereign and for personal borrowers, the ECB stimulus programme, strong global demand, buoyant corporation tax receipts, but all the predictions now say that the risks facing the Irish economy are on the downside. Ireland has benefited from a bonanza of corporation tax receipts in the past few years. If you take as the baseline the forecasts made in 2015 for corporation tax receipts in the years ahead, we have collected some €15 billion more than was expected in the years since. And the stark truth is that as we stand here today, not a single euro of that 15 billion has been put away. The bottom line is that our public finances should be in a much better place as we are heading into a potential Brexit crisis. We have been seriously exposed by the management of the public finances in recent years, and as evidence of that is the reality, as outlined in today's budget, that every single euro being provided in the emergency Brexit package will have to be borrowed next year. Corporation tax receipts are surging ahead again this year, with over 10 billion expected to be collected. If you look back to 2011, we collected €3.5 billion in corporation tax. That was 10% of all tax received. Last year, that €3.5 billion had become €10.4 billion, and it had become 19% of all the tax collected. So not only has the quantum of corporation tax receipts multiplied, our dependence on it has increased significantly as well. There are major risks associated with Ireland's reliance now on corporation tax. According to the Revenue Commissioners, some 45% of that €10.4 billion received last year came from just 10 multinational companies. That's up 10% in 10 years. That's about €4.7 billion from just 10 companies alone, which is more than the entire amount collected from the Universal Social Charge and represents about €1,000 per person in this country. And when we look at foreign-owned multinationals in their entirety, the figures are even more startling. 77% of that €10.4 billion was paid by foreign-owned multinationals, which comes in at over €8 billion, the equivalent of around €1,700 for every person in the country. Again, according to the Revenue, 28% of the over 2 million people employed by private sector firms are employed by multinationals, together bringing in about €8 billion in income tax, USC and PRSI. Our reliance on the multinational sector is unhealthy and it is growing, yet it is clear that change is in the air. Fianna Fáil strongly supports the 12.5% corporate tax rate and opposes any attempts in Europe to undermine our tax sovereignty rights, which are enshrined in the Lisbon Treaty. We have consistently stated that if corporation tax changes are to be made, they must be made at a global level through the OECD. And change from the OECD is coming too. We cannot rely on maintaining the current level of corporation tax receipts into the future. How long will it take for the OECD to come forward with the detail of the next round of the BEPS proposals? It will come, and the indications so far are that those changes could be very significant and not positive for Ireland. These changes will see the allocation of taxing rights between countries change, and Ireland will almost certainly lose out as a result. There are indications it will include a global minimum effective rate, which will of course dilute the significance of Ireland's 12.5% rate internationally. Let us be in no doubt that the corporation tax receipts we receive today are not certain. They are volatile and they cannot be relied upon. And yet, year after year, this government has used bonanza corporation tax receipts to pay for current expenditure overruns, particularly in the Department of Health. And since 2012, the government has spent about €6.3 billion in supplementary estimates over and above what was budgeted for on budget day. This expenditure was not once-off capital expenditure. It was not spent on new hospitals and new schools. The €15 billion in unexpected corporation tax receipts was spent on current expenditure, which repeats annually. So if the tide turns on Ireland's corporate tax windfall, we are in the deepest of trouble. The corporation tax boom could end, but the annual expenditure commitments will remain, leaving potentially a huge black hole in the public finances. We have called on the government of the day to carry out a fresh review into the sustainability of Ireland's corporation tax receipts. We need to make an informed judgment as to how much of these receipts we can likely rely on into the future, and I look forward to reading the paper that you have published today, Minister. Of course, this is not an exact science, but any independent assessment of the Irish economy and its public finances will highlight the dependence on volatile corporate tax receipts as a clear and present danger. All of this underlines the need for a well-funded rainy day fund or contingency reserve. Fianna Fáil first proposed the establishment of such a fund in 2015 for unexpected tax revenue such as corporation tax. We propose such a fund to guard against a day in which this tax evaporates. Today, the rainy day fund, while established in law, actually has a zero balance. There is nothing in it. We are now in a position where the money earmarked for the fund next year may have to be used for a no-deal Brexit. This is the right decision under the circumstances today, but it does not take away from the fact that the fund should have been in place well before now and funded. In addition to relying on corporate tax revenue, it has to be pointed out that the main revenue-raising measure in today's budget, apart from the carbon tax, which is to be ring-fenced for climate action measures, is the increase in stamp duty on commercial property. This is, of course, a tax based on property transactions, and the revenue from it may not prove to be as reliable as the government thinks. Ireland has been hugely successful in attracting foreign investment. We cannot take that for granted, and we must continue to update our offering and remain competitive. But what we absolutely need to do now, Ceann Comhairle, is to rebalance the Irish economy and place a greater emphasis on supporting indigenous firms. We must support the SME sector now more than ever. The supports that have been put in place are not working for SMEs. That is the consistent message message that we as a party get from individual business owners and indeed from the representative bodies. Ireland has lost ground in the battle to be an attractive location for innovation-driven start-ups in particular. Ireland is not at the races when it comes to having an attractive enterprise tax environment for entrepreneurs. When it comes to the key schemes, the EIAS, the KEEP, the Knowledge Development Box, the CGT Entrepreneur Relief, the R&D tax credits for SMEs, they are so laden with red tape and restrictive conditions, they are virtually impossible for many SMEs to access. We must make these schemes more accessible and attractive if our SME sector is to reach the potential that it has to grow, prosper and create further employment in our economy. And now is the time to take these steps to rebalance the Irish economy. With BEPS 2 and other global changes fast coming down the tracks, we must begin to support Ireland's SME community. We welcome the further increase in the earned income tax credit today that has been announced, but it will come as a disappointment to the self-employed community that full equality has yet to be achieved in terms of the earned income tax credit, which is being increased by €150. I welcome too the relatively minor changes, Ceann Comhairle, announced in the enterprise tax schemes that I have just referred to, and I will engage with the Minister during the course of the Finance Bill to see if we can improve them further and do more within the constraints that are there. But I think we need to radically improve the environment in which we ask our SMEs to compete. The various schemes that have been announced over the last number of years have not been anywhere near as effective as they should be. And if you look at the fact that the Department of Finance published a detailed paper on transfer pricing, primarily for the multinational sector, it included detailed draft provisions on what the final legislation may look like. No such consultation took place with the SME sector when the KEEP scheme was being designed. No such consultation took place when the EII scheme was being revamped, and no such consultation took place when the Knowledge Development Box was brought forward. And as a result, that is why we are seeing these schemes, when they are designed, getting tied up in red tape and bureaucracy. And we must remember, every bit of red tape adds further costs to SMEs. If you look at the figures, they speak for themselves. That key employee engagement programme, the KEEP scheme, the share-based remuneration scheme, designed to assist SMEs in competing with larger companies for talent, has been a total flop. To date, companies granted qualifying share options to a mere 87 employees in the country under the programme. The Employment and Investment Incentive Scheme is intended to encourage investors to back small, innovative start-ups to enable them to grow and scale up. The number of investors availing of the scheme in 2017, which is the latest year that we have data for, is at its lowest level since 2011. The number dropped by a third in 2017, and the tax relief extended fell by 40%. We're consistently hearing from businesses that the scheme does not function, and it seems to me that the revenue need more resources to administer that scheme efficiently. Changes were made last year to make it more user-friendly, but these changes do not appear to have the desired effect. The Knowledge Development Box, which I spoke about, touted as a viable alternative for SMEs to the R&D tax credit, has had 22 companies sign up for it to date. 22. 12 in 2016, 10 in 2017. By any measure, this is not working, and the data proves it is not achieving its objectives. The CGT Entrepreneur Relief, to encourage entrepreneurs to grow their business and to reward them for the risks they take, has proved unsuccessful yet again. In 2017, less than 900 taxpayers availed of the relief. When comparing this scheme to the equivalent UK scheme, it's abundantly clear that our offer does not match up, and it is disappointing that the lifetime limit of €1 million cannot be increased in this budget. The revenue says the scheme cost €82 million in 2017, but what this figure does not tell you is what transactions did not take place, or what entrepreneurial activity moved abroad as a result of the restrictive regime that we have. The R&D tax credit is principally designed for the larger multinationals, with some 290 of the €448 million cost in 2017 going to companies with over 250 employees. While smaller companies availing of the credit are more numerous, the value of the claim overall is paltry by comparison. That too needs to change, and we will engage in relation to the Finance Bill on the detail of what is proposed. And these are not the only issues facing the businesses. Insurance is a massive issue, facing not only small businesses but voluntary organisations too, clubs and community groups throughout the length and breadth of our country. As we sit here today, businesses throughout Ireland are being put at risk because of escalating insurance costs. In some cases, particularly in the leisure sector, they may not be able to access insurance at all. Businesses are shutting their doors every day because of the insurance crisis, and jobs are being lost. Each of us know of perfectly viable businesses that have gone to the wall simply because they cannot get insurance at all, or if they can, it is completely unaffordable. Many more businesses are choosing to self-insure, which is not a risk that they should be taking on where personal liability is potentially on the line. The insurance industry needs a radical overhaul. The central bank needs to get far tougher from a consumer protection point of view and start challenging more aggressively the pricing strategies of insurance companies. This is, after all, an industry that is under investigation by both the European Commission and our very own Competition and Consumer Protection Commission. The government needs to get serious about tackling insurance fraud and tackling the high level of personal injury awards in this country. There seems to be no consequence for chancellors who try to scam the system by making a bogus insurance claim, and there is no fallout and nothing ever happens to them as a result. Award levels are too high, particularly for minor tissue injuries, and this is borne out by the Personal Injuries Commission, and the government has that report for the last year or so. And in this House, the opposition has given the government a free rein and every support possible to bring in the reforms that are required to tackle these issues in the insurance industry, and the pace of progress is really far too slow. We have brought in a number of bills ourselves in this area. Minister Darcy seems to be the only one in government talking about the insurance crisis. This should be an issue on the Cabinet agenda very often. Ceann Comhairle, it became very evident during our pre-budget discussions with government that the €500 million earmarked for demographic-related costs in 2020 was in no way adequate. We went into the discussions on the basis that €2.1 billion was committed and €700 million was available for budget day decisions, only to be told that essentially, following the bilateral meetings that the Minister for Finance had with the various line departments, that the headroom was pretty much gone. That to stand still and to take account of known demographics, the departments needed essentially all of the budget headroom which was there. Serious questions need to be answered about this approach to managing the public finances. And I would make two key points. One is that when it comes to what should be known demographic costs, the number of people that we know will qualify for the pension next year, the number of older people that we have who will need home care, who will need to avail of the Fair Deal scheme, these numbers should be known. And it seems to me that they were completely understated in the figures published in advance of budget day. And the other factor, of course, which is becoming a great trend, is the government has become very adept at announcing initiatives to start somewhere towards the back end of next year. This has the result of pushing the bulk of the cost into the following year. Examples in 2019 include, of course, paid parental leave coming into effect in November, the National Childcare Scheme essentially starting in November as well. So the government gets the kudos of the positive announcement in the PR, but in fact, the cost of it is carried into the following year. We see the same trick today. Not only are you announcing Budget 2020, Minister, you are pre-announcing large elements of Budget 2021 as well. Much of the cost of changes to, for example, the medical card eligibility for the over 70s, which will not kick in until July, will be pushed into 2021. The announcement that the under 8s will now get the free GP visit card is not going to start until September. So again, pre-announcing whatever headroom may be there in 2021. And that is a trend which has emerged in the last number of years. And so when it came to sitting down and looking at those figures, I certainly reached the conclusion that all of the government announcements during the year, all of the promises that had been made, had not been factored into those numbers. And that's why, in essence, that headroom was gobbled up already. The key criticism of the Fiscal Council should be put on the record, and that is that you don't stick to your plans. It's one thing to announce the budget day package, but then the within-year increases in expenditure in the form of supplementary estimates and expenditures that we know will happen, like the Christmas bonus this year and next year, again, not factored into the overall numbers. And I want to commend Ceann Comhairle, the work of the Parliamentary Budget Office, because they have given us huge assistance, and the Budgetary Oversight Committee in in assessing and really scrutinising in quite a forensic way government plans in this regard. My colleague will speak about the carbon tax. From our perspective, the key issue is that where that money is going to be spent is absolutely transparent, that the fund is ring-fenced, that the funding goes towards the key issues that need to be addressed, including the one-year waiting list, Minister, for the poorest households to access the home installation grants, which in their case is the Warm Home Scheme. Ceann Comhairle, this is the final budget before the Irish people are given an opportunity to elect a new government. Where the government has fallen down is in its management and in the level of delivery. The budgets have been allocated, but the resources have not been well spent. Apart from the gross mismanagement of key capital projects, such as the National Children's Hospital, the National Broadband Plan, we are left questioning what return voters have got from major increases in spending in areas such as health, where we continue to have a crisis of access. Over the 4 budgets as a party, we have gone about our business professionally and without drama. We have done our best to get value from opposition for the mandate we were given back in 2016. We have kept our word and we have put the country ahead of party. We have brought about a step change in budgetary policy with the overall emphasis on investing in public services. The government has failed to build on this by ensuring value for money and the necessary reforms. Over those 4 budgets, we have achieved reductions in the USC, the extension of mortgage interest relief, €15 increase in core weekly social welfare rates, reduced class sizes, reintroduction of guidance provision in schools, investment in the National Treatment Purchase Fund, increased funding for mental health, an increase in the number of Gardaí, fairer treatment for the self-employed, the recruitment of more therapists for children with special needs, a €300 million affordable housing package, and much more. If given the opportunity to serve in government, we will achieve so much more. Time is running out for this government. We look forward to the day, Ceann Comhairle, when the Irish people will have their say. Thank you very much.
No, you're not. Some things never change. Ceann Comhairle, Margaret, a century ago this chamber first convened to strike out a new path for our nation. The independence project has been fraught with challenge in the years since, but we've always risen to it. Today, as successors of that first stall, we are confronted with a new and difficult task. The dark horizon of our hard Brexit that we confront today is a fresh threat to the peace and prosperity of our island. The Brexit psychodrama that has played out before our eyes over the past 3 years threatens to unravel hard-won decades of progress. Brexiteer ideologues have been passing around the Kool-Aid churned by a toxic British press, ignoring the consequences of their actions for our island. Faced with this, we must be determined to see off any threat to the integrity of the peace process and all island economy. A firm sense of national purpose now is crucial to the long-term prospects of our country. This is a time for cool heads and unity of purpose. Today's budget must be viewed in this light. Fianna Fáil, as my colleague has said, has facilitated the government to ensure Ireland has had a stable, coherent voice at the EU table. The alternative, as we all know, many would not like to admit, would be uncertainty, discord and division. Any show of doubt would be dragged at by the Tory government like a drowning swimmer clutching for a lifeline. Any discord would be leapt upon by Tory posh boys whose history lessons ended at the Irish Sea. Instead of a stream of doubtful elections, we have seen through a stable government to represent us in the EU. In contrast, for example, Spain now faces its 4th election in the same period since the competent supply arrangement was agreed. Our stability has been our strength. This is a Brexit budget, plain and simple. Now more than ever is a time for a steady approach. It is not a continuation of the competence and supply budgets that we have seen over the previous 3 years. We gave a commitment to see it through in order to brace the country for the impact of a crash-out Brexit. We have approached it in good faith and with that ultimate goal in mind. Facing into a national emergency, we must put the country first. I'm proud to be in a party that will always put the long-term good of our country ahead of petty politics. Our decision to abstain on today's budget reflects that commitment to stability in the face of such grave uncertainty. It is not by any means an endorsement of specific policies, nor indeed a vindication of our budget talks over the last number of weeks. Allowing this budget to pass is a simple decision to show continued strong national unity in the face of Tory aggression. Now is not the time to give succour to the opponents of the peace process or peace and progress on our island. I do, of course, anticipate the criticisms to be made of this budget. The missed opportunities are areas which have not got the increases that they need. But ultimately, criticisms today must be framed in the bigger question of how we rise to the challenge of Brexit. Nobody in our country will escape the disastrous impact of a no-deal Brexit. Nobody would be better off with a hard border tearing our island asunder. We have to start and end any budget debate from that crucial point. Now is the time to protect our core services and equip our sectors for the risks ahead. Our shared national prosperity hinges on that fact. Stability and certainty to see off the threat of Brexit is, of course, our best policy. I look around the chamber and I see no other options being put forward. Sinn Féin likes to depict the confidence and supply as a coalition government. Of course, after a world record-breaking period without a government in the north, I can see how they've forgotten what government actually is. In the rush to avoid responsibility, they only work in half the parliaments that they are elected to. They've left Westminster without a nationalist voice and abandoned Stormont to the wind and rain. When it has counted, literally counted, down for a handful of votes in a divided Westminster, they've been nowhere to be seen. Sinn Féin's vote in for but get to approach to parliamentary democracy is but a cynical sham. Under Deputy Adams it was, they haven't gone away, you know. Under Deputy MacDonald is, they haven't turned up, you know. However, in the middle of all this uncertainty, we have to welcome the creation of a new socialist group. In a world gone mad, another left-wing split provides reassurance that some things will never change. Inspired by the talk that the GA would split up Dublin after they win in a 5 in a row, the hard left have gone for the split first in the hope that the success comes later. And for all this parliament dodging and party splitting is a timely reminder. A timely reminder that without the stability provided by Fianna Fáil, we drown in the alphabet soup of left-wing groups who have left little interest in policy and absolutely no interest in government. Abstaining on this budget is an act of national necessity. It is definitely not an endorsement of the years of Fine Gael mismanagement. The measures taken today come at a late hour, as Deputy McGrath has said, in the process. The clock is close to midnight before the government have realised that the lights are going out for Brexit. The past several years of budgetary management by Fine Gael have been characterised by overspends and missed deadlines. The need to put on the brakes faced with a disorderly Brexit is a result of fiscal imprudence over numerous budgets, I'm afraid. Like a stressed-out student staying up late the night before the Leaving Cert exam, Fine Gael are desperate to make up for lost time. Pushing overspend into next year is a belated effort to address this mismanagement this year. It's like a gambler getting an advance on his wages to try and pay off his debts before the next bet. And like every gambler, of course, the scale of the losses keep mounting. We've witnessed over €6.3 billion in overspends since Fine Gael came into power. We've experienced a series of fictional health budgets where what is promised far outstrips what is given and what falls far behind what is needed. These overruns have been papered over by surplus corporate tax receipts. The government is financing their fiscal ineptitude on the back of these unexpected taxes. Our party does recognise, of course, that mistakes were made in using unsustainable property taxes to fund spending previously. Fine Gael is intent on repeating the mistakes of the past. If the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results, well then Fine Gael's financial plans are fit to be tied. These types of spending plans, of course, are sandcastles that will be washed away with the economic tide. The situation is worse in capital spending. Flagship projects of the overhyped Project 2040 plan have exposed that Fine Gael is committed to building nothing more than a republic of photo ops. Spin always comes first. It's always spin before substance with the government. The National Children's Hospital fiasco illustrates the scale of fiscal malaise that is at the heart of the government. Fine Gael have dug a money pit there that will swallow up some $2 billion and still counting. Sale of the National Lottery, of course, was supposed to fund the Children's Hospital. At the rate at which the government overspend is going, Minister Harris and his colleagues in Cabinet will have to form a very successful Euro Millions syndicate tonight to make up the deficit that's required. The National Broadband Plan. And I noticed the Taoiseach got a dose of Saturday night fever in Burlington last week when he had many paragraphs to talk about that and the delivery of it and how quick it would paper over what is needed in the country. But today, not a mention of it in the speech. The National Broadband Plan has exploded to some €3 billion and is already mired in challenges. The digital divide is becoming a digital wall, unfortunately, that rural Ireland is on the wrong side of. All we have to show for years of promises, years of escalating costs, is an unused pen on an unsigned paragraph, an unsigned contract. The Fine Gael record of fiscal management is clear. Massive overspends, missed deadlines and an over-reliance on sustainable tax receipts. Fine Gael is approaching the national finances with a recklessness that makes Donald Trump's phone calls look reasonable. The stinging criticism by the Independent Fiscal Advisory Council on the departmental overspends and capital cost overruns are again another testament to Fine Gael's legacy. On their watch, health budgets have become works of political fiction. On their watch, the National Broadband Plan has slipped into a costly legal abyss. On their watch, the National Children's Hospital has become what is a byword for financial mismanagement. All of this while ignoring the £4 billion promise to abolish the USC. Obsessed with tax cuts, they have taken their eye off the books. It's a damning indictment of a party that was once committed to fiscal rectitude. After almost a decade in power, the party that once based itself on safely managing the public purse has lost its way. Its reputation is shot through with overspends and overruns. It's more interested in electioneering than governing. Today's budget does little to arrest that 9-year record of decline. Having failed to mend the roof while the sun was shining, the budget simply pulls down the shutters in the face of the Brexit storm. Let's look at some of the specifics in relation to this budget in relation to carbon tax and the transition. Climate change is the pressing challenge of our age. Each generation has a moral obligation to pass on this world to the next. A just transition means ensuring all citizens and regions are brought along in this transformation. We cannot leave anyone behind, or we risk unravelling all the progress in the face of a backlash. Fully utilising the carbon tax is pivotal to that just transition. Critics of the carbon tax declare that they want to address climate change, but they haven't put forward any viable alternatives. Carbon tax opponents want to hop on board Greta Thunberg's boat, but the first thing they want to do is tear down the sails. They simply don't seem to accept that virtue signalling is not a policy. The government's record, however, I'm afraid, has been abysmal in this area. I've seen this, obviously, too clearly in my own home county of Offaly. The Midlands has a proud tradition of work in the peat industry and energy generation. A strategic transition from this sector, while protecting the livelihoods of workers and the vibrancy of their communities, is the clearest path forward. However, the rejection of plans for the power station at Shannonbridge, the ESB application, which the government, I might add, has failed to appeal to the courts, highlights what is a serious lack of commitment. The failure to back up workers underlines a broader challenge across the country. We cannot leave a generation of workers behind or throw the burden of climate change on the shoulders of a few. A just transition needs to reach across every part of the country and into every household. If that same attitude taken to the workers in Offaly is taken to people affected by fuel poverty or changing industries, well then the just transition will have been a failure. It's important that this just transition fund delivers, as livelihoods and the economies of the Midlands and other areas like it depends on its success. Our agreement in the Just Transition Forum for the Midlands is crucial and critical for this. We say it should be led by an independent chair on the model of the Dublin Inner City Forum. This will ensure a buy-in from the communities involved. The chair should be from the community and have a deep understanding and knowledge of the needs of the various counties involved. The independent chair will and should ensure that monies available from a Just Transition Fund will be coordinated, will be cohesive, will be utilised to the full, in the Midlands counties worst affected. I also want to mention too the situation in Clare and Moneypoint and the coal transition that needs to take place. And they too should be recognised in any transition forum and any transition funds that are to be placed in the coming years. Their main aim will be to plan, invest and implement a transition to alternative and sustainable jobs in the different sectors that will protect and enhance the economy of the regions involved. This Just Transition Fund is a litmus test for how Ireland converts from a country that is highly dependent on fossil fuels to meet our carbon target for 2030. The success of the fund and the Forum ideas should be expanded in other counties, as I said, required in the coming years. On a broader level, progress on electric vehicle supports, retrofitting and sustainable transport supports are crucial to starting down the long road of climate change transition. However, the hypothecated or ring-fence fund needs to be backed up with real and sustained political will and commitment. Our housing crisis remains a national scandal. With rents at historic highs, a whole generation cannot save enough to own a home, while vulnerable households are at risk of homelessness. Home ownership again is slipping away from an entire generation as house price rises have gone up by 84%, while wages have only gone up by 10% since 2012, while central bank rules rightly restrict lending. Our 68% home ownership rate is the lowest in half a century and is now behind the EU average. Countries such as Germany and Austria, often cited as rental models for Ireland to follow, have seen significant increases in ownership rates while ours have fallen. We can see this change in front of our eyes. The age at which home ownership became the majority tenure category was 35 years of age in 2016. Clearly, home ownership is moving further and further away from young people. The government's response, I'm afraid, has been completely ineffective. Groucho Marx once said that politics is the art of looking for trouble, finding it everywhere, diagnosing it incorrectly and applying the wrong remedies. That should be the tagline for Minister Murphy's Rebuilding Ireland programme today. Sluggish home building which remains tens of thousands behind where it needs to be. Your flagship Rebuilding Ireland home loan scheme ran out of money, leaving hundreds of applicants in a financial no-man's land. Fianna Fáil fought for a new affordability scheme after Fine Gael abolished it in 2011. We need real progress in the rollout of affordable housing schemes launched last year to keep the aspiration of home ownership alive. Retaining Help to Buy is only one step in the right direction to achieve this. Social housing development has been marked by missed targets and a heavy over-reliance on the private sector. The government's praise of the number of homes secured through HAP ignores the fact that it is only a sticking plaster to cover up a lack of direct social housing bills. In reality, red tape continues to strangle local authorities. To get to grips with the housing crisis, we need to slice through unnecessary rules and regulations. The failure to uphold last year's agreement to raise the discretionary spending by councils is delaying getting bricks and mortar on the ground. That was a breach of the good faith that we approached that budget in. This is compounded further by the failure to create a special purpose vehicle for credit unions to invest in, despite central bank approval. The government is leaving what is a reservoir of finance to build homes completely untapped, and also a source of revenue for embattled credit unions throughout the country, whom are forced, as it is, to allow their deposits to be placed with the core banks at rates which in some cases is costing them money. All the while, the homelessness scandal continues to be a scar on our collective conscience. Fine Gael policy is forcing councils to build homes with one hand tied behind their back. Corla and colleagues, our health service is getting sicker. The delayed discharge crisis, the unprecedented numbers on waiting lists, and plunging staff morale are all testament to a decade of Fine Gael in power. The government's half-hearted approach to Sláinte Care to date smacks of a PR exercise rather than a policy change. The continual overspends have exposed each health budget as an exercise in cynicism. When will we get honesty in what our health service needs just to stand still, let alone what it needs to achieve Sláinte Care? The men and women at the front line of a service on the edge deserve better, and the hundreds of thousands of patients in need of a service that works demand better. The National Treatment Purchase Fund, which we fought tooth and nail for in the face of Fine Gael opposition, is but a ray of light in a grim sky. And rather than hitching lifts up to the north, our older people should be able to access essential cataract surgery through an expanded National Treatment Purchase Fund. While health is racked by overspending, the extent and depth of the budget fiction also stretches into underspending in mental health. Some 25 million out of 55 earmarked for mental health remains held back by the HSE. And with less than 3 months of the year and almost half the money earmarked for these vital services remain unused. That crucial funding was designated to enhance community mental health teams for adults and children, to support new initiatives around e-mental health, digital technologies and telecounselling. Mental health services are hugely short-staffed, with child and adolescent mental health services having barely half the required number of staff. I attended 2 very unfortunate funerals recently in my own constituency. I met with parents and friends and relatives of the deceased, young men of course. It was very disheartening to hear that services they sought were not what they expected. And to hear now of such an underspend in such a vital area leaves us in a very despondent place. You're letting down an entire generation in this regard. Treating all citizens of the state equally is a core founding value of the Republic, of course. The state has missed out on opportunities to recognise the additional costs disabled people face. Additional home help hours and SNAs are badly needed measures to alleviate pressure on this group. In relation to justice, the most important duty of the state is to uphold safety and security. And Garda Síochána is at the heart of upholding that duty. Over the past several years, we've secured a ramp-up of Garda numbers, ensuring we have adequate resources to get and keep Gardaí on the beat is crucial, and we welcome commitment in relation to the 700 contained today. Brexit will present a new distinct security challenge that Garda Síochána must be prepared for and equipped for. We must ensure that this budget helps get more Gardaí on the beat and keeps our streets and communities safe. In relation to education, of course, since 2016, Fianna Fáil fought for reducing the pupil-teacher ratio, reopening postgraduate grants and senior guidance counsellors and securing guidance counsellors. All of these had to be forced under the reluctant grip of those in power. Our education system is the wellspring of our economy and our society, but has been severely neglected over the past decade. This does a massive disservice to the future of the country. The dire warnings of former UCD President Hugh Brady should be a red flag to the government that it is jeopardising the long-term future of our university system. We must be in a position to compete, to attract and retain world-class research as an essential part of our economic model. In relation to the Irish language, of course, we have inherited a rich language that we have an obligation to treasure and to pass on. We are deeply concerned around the government's lack of commitment to the 20-year strategy. We need to show ongoing support for our national language through its various organisations and media. The government must also act on the Official Languages Amendment Bill. Agriculture is the beating heart of our countryside. Brexit would drive a stake straight down the middle of it. The failure to publish adequate plans to date has left farmers exposed and very vulnerable to a possible future downturn. The scale of the beef crisis and the depth of feeling it exposed illustrates how deeply farming families are struggling. Now is the time to deliver for those families. This has to start with protecting agriculture from the impact. All the while, rural Ireland is continually let down by the Cinderella Department of Minister Ring, where underspend on key programmes continues, I'm afraid. Somewhere under his couch, lodged between the Greystones Tidy Town submission and Fine Gael's plan for rural Ireland, are the missing millions in his department. In childcare, we remain deeply concerned about the rollout of the National Childcare Scheme. The government's obsession with announcements before planning and publicity before resources. It risks undoing a crucial project for hard-working parents. The key test is providing quality childcare that is affordable and accessible across the country. So far, all we've seen is the same old story of delays rather than delivery. In relation to public pay, we believe, of course, in a strong public service. The very heart of the confidence supply arrangement is the commitment to invest in public services at a minimum 2-to-1 ratio above the tax cut agenda that was previously driven by Fine Gael. Future pressures in the Lansdowne Road Agreement must be dealt with through an agreed framework that recognises the immense contributions that public sector workers make in this country. For example, the failure to achieve pay equality for hospital consultants places further pressure on what is a very embattled health service. The principle of fairness has to be at the heart of this process. In transport, over the past several years, and he's not here unfortunately, but I'm sure he'll tune in, Minister Ross has been a one-man policy Cape Canaveral, firing rockets across all departments except his own. The Minister for photobombing has been missing in action in his own portfolio. Instead, athletes across Ireland look nervously over their shoulder for a rogue member of the Cabinet. Minister Ross is a scary story sports people tell their children when they're bold. If you say his name 3 times in the mirror, he'll appear in it for a selfie. No medalist is safe from an unwanted photo and a badly misspelled name check by the same Shane Ross. All the while, commuters, though, are crammed like sardines and train carriages are stuck in traffic jams. He's continually overlooked his ministerial responsibility, and over the past 4 budgets, he has moved through his department without a trace. Ceann Comhairle, the targeted measures and social protections for those living alone in a qualified child increase are badly needed to help the most vulnerable in society. Core payments will be protected in the face of grave uncertainty. In the context of preparing for Brexit, we have fought for fairness in allocating what resources there were. The gains in our state pension that we achieved over the past 3 years are secure, but it is regrettable that additional services were not put forward. Allowing older people to live independently in their homes should be a core objective. Even the Fine Gael manifesto called for living in dignity for older people. That's why we fought for 1 million additional home help hours and a living allowance boost. Again, in my own constituency, only this week, I attended Tullamore Hospital to discuss a package for somebody exiting the hospital. Last June, a new package was delivered to that county. Older people built this country. They deserve peace and security in their retirement. They deserve to get what they're told they're getting. They would much rather be in a position whereby they could be assured that package, but they're not getting it. And I heard commitment after commitment and denial after denial on that side of the House when this issue was raised by numerous members here. We were assured the truth is on the ground. The truth is in hospitals throughout the country. The truth was in Tullamore this week when I was confronted with that vista. And that's the response that I got. And that's in no way, shape or form reflect on the ability and the commitment of the staff who wish to deliver it. That's a reflection on your government and its commitment to that project. In conclusion, Ceann Comhairle, in 2016 the country stood uncertain after a volatile election. Fianna Fáil took action to make sure we had a stable government. We changed the direction of the country by stemming the Fine Gael tax cut agenda and ensured the state emphasised investing in public services. We took on the messy compromises that are the bread and butter of politics. We've worked to make sure centre ground politics delivers for ordinary people who want nothing more than a functioning government that listens to their needs. Of course, it hasn't been easy. The path has been difficult, but we stuck to it. Once again, last December, faced with the grave threat of Brexit, our party leader did the right thing and provided political certainty. While others avoid responsibility and continue to do so, we stood up to the mark whether you like it or not. The reason the 32nd Dáil is in place and this government is in power is because of Brexit, pure and simple. That's what today ultimately boils down to. This is a Brexit budget. It would be dishonest and reckless to ignore the gathering storm and plunge the country into the unknowns that an election would bring. But the day is coming when a decade of power will end for Fine Gael. No one looking at the dream of home ownership slip away from a generation, or the scandals of runaway costs in capital projects, or the deepening crisis in our health service could hope for otherwise. The republic of photo ops built up over the past 10 years has long since been exposed as all spin and no substance. The party of prudence has turned into a party of recklessness. Confronted by the challenge of Brexit, Fianna Fáil will hold firm. We'll see through our agreement. We'll ensure that the crucial weeks ahead, our country will present a united front. There's too much at stake to risk it all for political party gain. Let's harden our resolve and ensure these difficult days match the challenge ahead, and that we will be in a position to go to the country having stood firm and realise the ambition that everybody has here to resist and assist this country in making sure it has the resolve to withstand what it faces. Thank you.
Right, Bogmuid Ray, Sinn Féin, agus an Teachta Pearse Doherty.
This budget could have and should have given workers and families a break, but it hasn't. Instead of giving workers and families a break and securing Ireland's future, this government has underestimated the economic challenge of Brexit and has done nothing to ease the pressure on workers and their families. And now, on top of out-of-control rents, rip-off insurance premiums, unaffordable childcare costs, they are now faced with increased charges in the form of a hike in carbon taxes. What starts today with a €6 increase will increase and will continue to rise, squeezing households with no alternatives. They will pay the cost rather than the bankers, the insurance companies or the vested interests that this government and their partners in Fianna Fáil have never and will never stand up to. I can assure you, this budget comes at a time when our country and our people face significant challenges. It is a time for big ideas, it is a time for bold policies, for solutions for the ordinary people. A time to reset in our economy how it works and who it works for. Ten budget seo nach dúiniu agus dúchlan móra roin mar tír. Agus tá se harama go gurthar smuoite móra agus bartaíos cean rádaithe a bhaim agus go ddíglinn codú a thuirtá na gréigíní a gáil leictlis na faiban na móra atá scór muide leak silhouette in Yuhon. Since the economic crash a decade ago, the Irish people have carried the weight of recovery, and that has been enjoyed by some, a recovery that has been enjoyed by some, but not by all. For 5 years, this state has had the fastest growing economy in Europe. But GDP only tells us one part of that story. A strong economy with crane-scattered skylines do not show or tell the full picture. Many in Ireland today are trapped in the present, crippled with rip-off costs and unable to plan for the future. This government has failed to turn a growing economy into real returns for those who have built it and for those who it should serve. And that's the issue and the problem with this government. Rather than seeing incomes rise, too many have seen costs soar and their pay packet squeezed. For too many, life has become unaffordable. Sky-high insurance premiums, unaffordable rents, ever-rising childcare costs. Workers and families were looking for a break in this budget. They didn't get one. With the political will and with the right ideas, this budget could have put money back into their pockets and could have improved access to public services. It could have begun to broaden their horizons, making sure that work pays and delivers security and the chance to plan for the future. It could have begun to build a fair taxation system, making sure that those who benefit most from our economy pay their fair share. The banks, the multinationals, the international property investors who have enjoyed a free ride for far too long. But this budget has failed in any meaningful way to deliver on these modest demands. It is a budget that is short on ideas, short on policies and short on solutions. It is a budget, unfortunately, that lacks ambition, that lacks direction and that lacks hope. With nothing constructive left to offer, the Taoiseach has nothing to offer but cheap jibes and cynicism. And while workers and families are struggling to keep the wool from the door, regardless of anything he says about Sinn Féin, introducing wool to Ireland isn't that far-fetched a policy for this government as it may sound. After all, it is this government who introduced the vultures to Ireland that has brought tens of thousands of family mortgage at discount rates. It is this government who has introduced child homelessness as a permanent feature in our society. And they have laid out the red carpet for the cuckoo funds and for the speculators who have bought up our cities, pushed up prices and left young people and families locked out of the property market and locked into an unaffordable rental system. This is the record of this government. This budget appears to have heeded some of the calls that we in Sinn Féin have been making for many years now in tackling serious tax avoidance among property investors through REITs and IREFs, not least the capital gains exemption for property sold when they've been sold by REITs for 3 years or more. But I note in terms of the detail, and we'll go into this in further at the Finance Bill, that it's only 20%. So it isn't levelling the playing field. Well, any other company will have to pay capital gains tax of 33%. And it doesn't deal with other issues that we've been highlighting to this government. So to give you one example, in April this year, Greenreach, a billionaire property fund, who made a fortune from the crisis, used the rules of the game to avoid paying $100 million in tax because they were CGT exempt. But another way that they're avoiding tax is they're avoiding paying commercial stamp duty at 6% and now able to use a 1% loophole, which will cost the taxpayer €67 million in revenue. And the government is not indicating that they're going to close down this loophole for them or for any other similar transaction in the future. This measure alone would have stemmed the sell-off and generated $36 million that would fund the provision of medical cards for over 17,000 cancer patients for the duration of their treatment. That's the type of political choices that a Minister for Finance faces when he sits down to write the budget. This is about real policies and real solutions, and unfortunately this government has chosen the side of international investors and allowed some of these loopholes to continue instead of actually making the real choices for people, as I just outlined, those that are suffering from cancer, who will continue to be denied a medical card under this government's policies until some review in September, which may provide or may not provide an outcome. This government has nothing left to offer. Because it's been a bad year for this government in their management of the public finances. Despite a growing economy, the country's debt is higher now than it was when this government took office. At the same time, the Taoiseach's flagship tax policy lies in tatters. In 2016, his party promised to abolish universal social charge, a promise they have spectacularly broken. Last year, the Taoiseach and his Ardèche promised a €2.3 billion tax cut for workers paying a higher rate in every budget over the next 5 years. Today, the Taoiseach has again broken that promise, and it's just as well. Because based on the government's own figures, the Taoiseach's only big idea would have blown a hole in the public finances and created a budget deficit of more than €350 million next year, with more borrowing and with higher debt. His short stint in office has been marked by bad ideas, by broken promises and by a reckless misuse of public resources. And at a time when every euro is precious for so many people who work hard to pay their rent, who work hard to cover their shelter costs and pay their bills, Fine Gael has wasting taxpayers' money, official government policy. We now have a national broadband plan which will see taxpayers subsidise a private consortium to the tune of €3 billion for infrastructure that the state will never own. We have a national children's hospital that has seen costs escalate by more than €450 million. And we found out just this weekend that the Department of Health will require an additional €350 million bailout next month just to break even. I can only hope that Minister Harris isn't anything soon reshuffled into the Department of Finance, because Concordia, within a month the country would be bankrupt, given his track record in managing the Department of Health's finances. The headline figure from this government's white paper this weekend showed that the public finances will see a budget surplus of €600 million for 2019. The figure also reveals that this surplus has been delivered entirely from unexpected and unsubstantiable corporation tax receipts. Corporation tax now, as we've been saying for many times, but is now the third biggest, highest revenue income earner for the state, with nearly half of it coming from just 10 companies, any of them who could decide to leave tomorrow. And if they did, what then? What then for our public finances? What then for the services that rely on it? Our tax base would be eroded, our public finances vulnerable, and our public services exposed to the whims of foreign multinationals. And it is in that context, Minister, that our country faces the challenges posed by Brexit. The strategy by Boris Johnson and the DUP has no regard, as we all know in this House, for businesses, for workers, for communities, for the Good Friday Agreement or a peace process, for the consent of the people of this island, north or south. And we know that there is no good Brexit, there is no such thing. There is no safe landing zone for this country in that scenario. But no one is more at risk than those who have endured the sharp edge of partition. In the north and in our border counties, will feel it the most. Is Leerburg Inti of the Snowsway and Tain Rachel Wang are fighting the Brata Mapta Cigar Herma August the Ban Herma. These industries most affected by a no-deal Brexit will be the small exporters, particularly those in the agri-food sectors. Uncertainty in the threat of customs checks will bring significant disruption to north-south supply chains, and Sinn Féin has supported the EU negotiating strategy with the British Government alongside other parties across the island to protect the Good Friday Agreement and our all-Ireland economy. And we support the Minister's decision to deficit spend in the event of a no-deal Brexit. Sinn Féin's economic response to Brexit is based on two priorities. It is about supporting businesses, sectors and regions that are vulnerable and will be worst affected, and on the other, it is also about stimulating the wider economy to protect jobs and to protect livelihoods. So what does this mean and what could be done? Well, it means significantly increasing capital investment through what Sinn Féin proposes an increase of £1.3 billion, in addition to that creating 5,000 additional apprenticeships, increasing funding to Enterprise Ireland, to Fáilte Ireland, to Údarás na Gaeltachta, and increasing research and development tax credits for SME. Whatever the outcome, these measures should have been done. The greatly anticipated Rainy Day Fund has finished before it's even started, with no money going into it from this year's revenue. And the Rainy Day Fund was badly designed policy from the start. Sinn Féin opposed it from its inception. The legislation that underpinned it allowed it only to be used in exceptional circumstances that are laid down in the legislation, which include bailing out of banks, a major structural reform or natural disasters. Indeed, when Sinn Féin in this House proposed amendments that it would be allowed to be used in the context of Brexit, Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil voted against it. And lo and behold, the chickens have come home to roost now. We've been proven correct, and you have to dump the idea of putting £500 million into this fund, because if you do, you cannot use it in the terms of Brexit. And it's, again, misguided, and it worries me that it took this long for the government to see the sense in what Sinn Féin have been saying. By announcing today, Minister, a £1.2 billion potential fund, you have heeded much of what Sinn Féin have been saying about the negative fiscal impact that Brexit will have. For at least a year, we've called for the Rainy Day Fund to be replaced by a €2 billion stabilisation fund to support jobs, to support businesses and communities at risk of disruption. And that is what needed, and the government would do right to stick to that advice. The measure that you have introduced today, while welcome, it does simply not go far enough in my view. In my view, you underestimate the real impact that it will have on regions and jobs and on sectors in the context of a no-deal Brexit, and will be needed to be beefed up. But I want to say something else. Brexit was always going to have an impact on this budget, Minister, but it shouldn't have defined it. You have used Brexit for cover, and indeed we've heard from Fianna Fáil that it seems to be the only fig leaf that they have these days as an excuse for their continuing support of this government's budget and your reign in office. It's an excuse for failure. Outpatient waiting lists are the highest ever since records began in this state. There's over 569,000 patients waiting for a hospital appointment. That wasn't caused by Brexit. There's over 10,000 citizens homeless, and average rents have increased by 20% since you took office. They weren't caused by Brexit. And everything and anything in this budget that you fail to deliver, or issues that you believe that you can't invest in at this point in time, is being blamed by yourself and Fianna Fáil because of Brexit. But the public finances can be safeguarded and people's priorities can be delivered at the same time. Because the parameters of this budget were not set by Brexit. They were set by you and your government. This budget could have given workers and families a break had the right choices been made. Just be on the budget chun fuisio hort an lot bre agus a haili at ananas agus codu a hort difa. And I won't go through every tax measure today because time won't allow, but I will want to make some observations. The earned income tax credit, we have another year where we don't get there. It's going to be another year before it's fully equalised. No ifs, no buts. It should have happened this year, Minister. Indeed, it should have happened last year. Commercial stamp duty is being increased by 1.5%. It's a policy position that Sinn Féin have advocated, but you should have went further. It should go up to 4%. There is a bubble in commercial stamp duty, and we need to redirect workers in that sector to building the necessary homes. There are speculators that are making millions from property, especially in the city, and they need to be taxed more. On SARP, we have to ask how a discredited tax relief for high earners, super high earners, what has to happen before it is scrapped? The tax loophole lobby can't believe their luck that they've got the Minister for Finance's here again with the support of Fianna Fáil, and that you're going to continue this tax credit. It's absolutely ridiculous, given the fact that you have not invested the necessary supports in areas such as mental health, such as children in need, and areas in terms of the housing and homelessness crisis that we have. Minister, it's a decade since taxpayers bailed out to the banks at the tune of €67 billion. The government pumped billions into Anglo and Irish Nationwide, AIB, Bank of Ireland and Permanent TSB, and it did so at a great social and financial cost to the taxpayers. Today that bill stands at €42 billion, with the state's financial watchdog telling us that taxpayers will continue to pay €1 billion every year just to service the bankers' debt. And all the while, these banks enjoyed a privileged tax break that they have done nothing to deserve. By allowing the banks to carry forward historic losses against their profits, they have been able to reduce their corporation tax bill to zero, and they will continue to do so for the next 20 years, despite making multi-billion euro profits. It is unjustifiable that AIB and Bank of Ireland, who record €1 billion in profit each per year, will pay no tax, some of them for the next 20 years, at the same time that you're putting additional squeeze on ordinary people through unfair taxes in the form of carbon taxes. So, Minister, this is unfair, it's unjustified, and you should move on this issue. It is time to listen to Sinn Féin and end this tax break for the bailed-out banks. Your friends in the Banking and Payments Federation may disagree with me, Minister, but I believe that the ordinary people of this country will not. Ending this tax break would bring in €175 million in revenue each year. €175 million. That measure alone would pay for an increase of €5 for the carers allowance and benefit, an increase of €9 for a disability allowance. In addition, it would also cover half the cost of the annual back-to-school bonus of €140 to help families send their children back to school that Sinn Féin are proposing. These measures alone, Minister, would have delivered for citizens with disabilities, would have prioritised the interests of children, and would have given parents a break. That's the choices that Sinn Féin would make, but you haven't. Again, you have prioritised the interests of the banks instead of the interests of the ordinary person. You have finally attempted, Minister, to get a handle on tax avoidance exploited by property investors, but it is too little, too late. Indeed, by increasing the dividend withholding tax and the rate of capital gains at 33%, you could have raised an additional €35 million, which in turn, with that €35 million, what you could have done, as Sinn Féin argued for, was provide free public transport to all children under the age of 18. Encouraging the use of public transport and providing the alternatives needed to reduce emission. Ending the special assignee tax relief, which allows multinational executives to write off a third of their salary with income tax, would have raised an additional €15 million. And just to give you an example, and I know you understand this, but maybe the people that are listening at home, what exists in our tax code? This is a loophole or a tax relief for a multinational executive who moves to Dublin on €1 million salary and is able to dodge €123,000 of income tax because of a measure that you have brought in, supported by Fianna Fáil. Any worker out there pays 40% on income above the standard rate, but these individuals are able to get an effective rate of 28% as a result of that. Minister, as I said, it is unjustifiable. Ending this scheme would provide for the improved pay and conditions of our defence forces that they much deserve. It would end the scandal of our defence force staff living in poverty or sleeping in cars. And it would restore the weekly training allowance of €32 for school leavers with disability that the Minister for Health cynically cut last month. Now, this isn't fantasy economics. This is about political choices. Do you want a tax relief for multimillionaires that can avoid paying tax, or should we restore a cut that should have never been made for those with disabilities and ensure additional supports? They're the simple choices. It's not fantasy economics, Minister. It's nothing to do with Brexit. It's about choices Sinn Féin would have made that you unfortunately don't, because again you show the ideological position of Fine Gael, where you put the interests of these elites above the interests of ordinary people. Instead of tackling the inequality in our society, instead of ensuring that those most able to shoulder the burden pay their fair share, the banks, the international investors, the super rich, you have chosen to distill your entire climate action plan into a regressive tax on households. Today's increase in the carbon tax is no panacea to the climate crisis. It's a box-ticking exercise, and that's what it is. Taxes are implemented to serve one or two purposes. One, either to change behaviour, or two, to raise revenue. And carbon tax, as it stands today, brings in €400 million every year since it was introduced. Every year. And it still doesn't affect any real change in behaviour of citizens or the policies of this government. Why? Because behavioural change can only take place when the alternatives exist and when they're readily available. And alternatives require investment. That means serious investment in public transport, serious investment in renewable energies and energy-efficient homes, and also at a level that meets the scale of the crisis that we face. And that is where the government, again, are falling down and going with an approach that will fail, in my view, to get the support of people who need to buy in to the idea of the opportunities that exist in relation to the transition that we need to make as a country in terms of climate change. Sinn Féin have shown how you could raise additional revenue to do these things, through progressive taxation, through the closing of loopholes, and through making sure that those who can pay their fair share. Instead, the government has chosen to increase carbon taxes by €6 per tonne and take €90 million out of people's pockets, a measure that is recognised by your own department and by the Economic and Social Research Institute to be regressive. So what are they telling us in relation to the measure that you're introducing today? They're telling us very loudly and very clear, your measure, supported by Fianna Fáil, is going to hit the poorest households hardest. They're telling us that rural areas are going to suffer the most. They're going to tell us the worst off are going to be single parents. That's what they're telling us. And it won't change their behaviour. All it's going to do, Minister, is make them poorer. That is the reality of the measure that you've introduced today. Electric charging points here and there and tokenistic increases in grant schemes will not cut it, Minister. This doesn't pass for any meaningful climate action, given the scale and threat posed by the climate breakdown. And it is definitely not the just transition that was spoke about in your budget speech. Sinn Féin have again put forward effective, radical and realistic alternatives to the climate challenge. But increasing carbon taxes seems to be Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil's only answer to the climate crisis. This is a tax on low-income households and on the most vulnerable in our society, and it does so without offering alternatives or adequate respite. And every year, as the budget approaches, these very people are most vulnerable, who rely on social security supports, hope for an increase in their payment rate. Lone parents, job seekers, parents raising families, children, citizens with disability and carers. That is because they know that their current rates are simply inadequate. They don't protect households or children from poverty. And had you listened to what we have been putting forward for many years, you would have taken on our approach and taken the political football out of this issue and responded to the need based on evidence. And if you did that, you would have found out that these rates need to increase. The social welfare package announced by government today is less than one-third of the package proposed by Sinn Féin. Today's social welfare package fails to give families, lone parents and carers and people with disabilities the break that they badly needed. The government's approach is to tweak at the edges of lots of different schemes. This will enable them to make lots of announcements, but it won't give people the break that they need right across the board. And what was needed here was a €5 increase for all weekly payments, and to recognise the increase of the cost of disability, those payments should have increased by €9. That's what you could have done. That's what we showed you how you could have done it, how you could have delivered. Instead, you decided to go with a minimal approach. And what you've done is you've ensured that those who rely on social supports receive a substandard income that won't allow them to meet their needs of themselves and their families. Our priorities for social protection focus on those in our society who live in deep income inadequacy. Lone parent families, families with older children. Gentar Masnu ar an tahi ar chunas a hakiimid Lishan Vini is Logis, the Phobal, Moragir and Shanakal. And despite today's announcement, what we're going to see is many young job seekers under the age of 25 will continue to receive reduced payments based on age discrimination. Discrimination that was introduced at the time by Fianna Fáil and the Greens in 2009 and doubled down by Fine Gael and Labour in years that followed that. At present, those aged between 18 and 24 receive up to €90 less in their weekly payment than somebody over the age of 26. Sinn Féin would restore the full rate regardless of age within 2 years, and that's the commitment that you should be giving to our young people, because that is the right thing to do. The government will try to make much of what they're making and announced today in terms of job seekers' allowance for 18 to 25-year-olds, and they may even claim that you're restoring it to the full rates, but you're not, because all we have to do is look at the figures, and the figures don't lie. The government are allocating €5.2 million to job seekers' allowance for under 26s, but we know that the full cost of restoring it to full pay equality costs €59.9 million, nearly 10 times, more than 10 times more than what has been allocated. So this is minimalist, and it doesn't treat those young people who find themselves depending on social welfare with the respect that they deserve. We know from the CSO data that lone parent families experience consistent poverty at a rate of 5 times higher than other families, and these are the people who are most likely to experience deprivation. We have continually argued for the establishment of a child maintenance service similar to that available in the north, and again the government has failed to make any allocations in relation to this. We know that child maintenance reduces child poverty, something this government has objectively failed to achieve. The failure is felt by 1 in 5 children in Ireland who live in poverty today. What we have argued for, what you could have done, is you could have increased the cut-off point for one-parent family scheme. We want to ensure that lone parent families are properly supported to care for their children up to the age of 14, instead of forcing them into poverty when their child turns 7. This cut that was introduced by the Labour Party has not been reversed, despite clear evidence that it has led to increased deprivation for lone parent families. The working family payment was set up to support working parents with children, and the existing threshold of 19 hours per week means that many lone parents, which are often women who work while raising a family of their own, typically miss out on this support. What we needed to hear in this budget, and what Sinn Féin advocated, was that you would support these working parents by reducing the threshold to 15 hours. Understanding the cost families and parents faced, what was required was a €5 boost to the qualified child increase for children over the age of 12. We had argued in our alternative budget, we proposed the annual double payment for child benefit to be paid in the summer to recognise the high costs of going back to school. And I outlined, for example, where you could have funded that measure from, and also extending the child benefit to cover those who are 18 years old and who are still in school. This would have, in my view, given families a break, but the government has offered little or nothing to these families today, or those indeed on low incomes. With over one quarter of all workers now are in low pay, Ireland has the 3rd highest proportion of low-paid workers in the developed world. In a country with soaring rents, with rip-off insurance premiums and runaway childcare costs, Leo's Republic of Opportunity does not reward work. And Sinn Féin wants to change that. We want to make work pay. We want to make sure that it delivers a decent standard of living for everyone. That is why Sinn Féin are proudly the Living Wage Party. But this government should be appalled that families and workers face into the mouth of Brexit. You have left them high and dry. You have deprived them of minimum wage increases that they deserve. Absolutely unbelievable that you are not enacting a minimum wage increase that should take place as soon as possible. Costs continue to soar with no deal Brexit on the doorstep, and you have abandoned the ordinary person once again in this budget. Minister, this weekend the Irish Hospital Consultants Association voted no confidence in the Minister for Health. They joined Sinn Féin, who voted no confidence in the Minister for Health in February, despite the opposition from Fianna Fáil, who keeps him in his post. A minister who lacks authority, inclination or experience to deliver timely, quality hospital care for patients. A minister who has become increasingly complacent and deaf to the suffering of patients. And these aren't my words, Minister. They are the words of hospital consultants this weekend. And that is because the public health system is not working. Nearly 700,000 people languish in hospital waiting lists. Over 10,000 people, 10,000 patients were in hospital trolleys last month. Unbelievable. 10,000 patients without a bed in our hospitals last month. These figures are unsustainable. The government is breaking records for all the wrong reason. It continues to fail patients. You're failing doctors and nurses and the staff in our health system. And most importantly, you're failing our health services. Too many people can't afford to see a GP. Instead, they hedge their bets. They refuse to visit their GP until they suffer from more ailments to justify the expense that it's going to incur. And this is the stupidity that cuts across your dysfunctional health service. Lack of access to primary care that increased costs and waiting lists in our hospital. This budget could have delivered real improvement in the primary care system if you had the right choices and if you're willing to make those right choices, as well as directly employing additional GPs into the public system and delivering pay equalisation for consultants. Sinn Féin would have provided 2 free GP visits for every citizen in the state. That would have lifted the burden of those worrying from sickness, from workers and their families. It would begin a path towards a health service that delivers for patients and based on their needs rather than their ability to pay. Ag dul dro service wente at an frastal a reactination and other. Over 7,000 people are waiting for home care support, and this was a big thing we're supposed to congratulate Fianna Fáil for, because they, in the words of Barry Cowan, fought hard to deliver this measure. 7,000 people are waiting for home care support. And you announced today that you're going to provide an additional 1 million home help hours. Do you know, and indeed does Barry Cowan know, that that doesn't even clear the waiting list? Do you know that it requires 2.5 million hours to deal with the 7,300 people who are currently on waiting list? And this is something we're supposed to pat Barry in the back for, and yourself, Minister? You're planning to go into the next year with not being able to even deal with the demand that is there in 2019. Never mind the fact that there will be additional pressure next year. We have figures from the Department of Health. It tells us very clear. 24 million to provide an additional 1 million hours, but 59 million, which is what we provided for in our alternative budget, to clear the waiting list. So why do you go in and why do you set yourself up for failure? And indeed, why do you set the people that Barry so eloquently talked about, who aren't meeting their need, that Barry and his colleagues have completely failed with your support here again, Minister? And this is just an example, again, of the priority, but worse still, the spin that comes from Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil, as if we're supposed to clap you on the back for setting up these individuals for failure. The investment requires 59 million to clear the waiting list, not 24 to deliver an extra million hours, Barry. That's what it requires. If you were going into government building, maybe you should lift up the phone and we would have told you what was needed to deal with this issue. Now, the problem here is you haven't dealt with the crisis that we're facing in the health service. You're breaking new records in terms of overcrowding, in terms of capacity issues. This morning alone in my own hospital we have 33 patients on hospital trolleys. Just down the corridor there's a ward that has got beds in it that aren't opened. But yet you don't announce any measure to open hospital beds or recruit the additional support staff that is required to do that. Indeed, the only measure that you have here in the budget to actually tackling the crisis that we have in terms of capacity within the service is the Fianna Fáil measure, which is pump more money into the private sector. Another €25 million for the National Treatment Purchase Fund, which isn't about increasing the capacity within the service. Minister, you are failing spectacularly those patients. You are failing spectacularly those families. You are failing spectacularly those workers in our health service who are at their end of their collar because of the pressure that they are under. And you have done nothing for them today in relation to the measures that you have announced. Minister, there could have been serious investment here. You could have done what Sinn Féin argued. Open up 500 closed hospital beds. Recruit additional nurses that are needed to increase the capacity. Make sure that pay equalisation for consultants. Provide investment into primary care by giving all families access to 2 GP visits per year. And much, much more. You could have done that if you were willing to make the right political choices, but you have failed time and time again. You've also failed, if I can just say this, in relation to the cancer care strategy, the national maternity strategy, the national trauma strategy and the national ambulance reform plan. €8 million is allocated in total for those 4 areas. The National Maternity Strategy needs €75 million over the next 10 years. That's at least €7.5 million each year. That is what's required, Minister, and unfortunately you have failed again spectacularly in relation to this. Every day our attention has been drawn to the housing crisis. Renters are handing a third of their pay packet over to the landlords. Families and couples are struggling to find a home that they can afford. Homelessness figures that reach the most disturbing of levels, and rents continue to rise with no sign of letting up. The housing crisis has become wrapped up in statistics and figures instead of focusing on the people behind those statistics and the solutions, the real solutions that are there. But let's face some facts. Things are no better now than they were last year. And last year we had Fianna Fáil telling us how they delivered the housing budget, how it was going to make a big change. They're no better than last year. Indeed, for so many, they're far worse. We now have over 10,000 people in homelessness. That's 10,000 people recorded homelessness at the end of August. That's the 7th month in a row after delivering where the two yous concocted what was so-called a housing budget last year. This one's the Brexit budget, last year was the housing budget. Nearly 4,000 of those individuals are children, young people, young children, and the number of child homelessness has increased by 365% during the 5 years of economic growth. And that's where they make the point about who is the economy serving. Because I know it's serving the bankers, it's serving the international investors, it's serving the REITs and the IREFs, it's serving all of them. It's servicing the highly paid when they get their SARPs and their other tax loopholes. But it's not servicing ordinary people who should be servicing. We have children now growing up year after year in hotels and B&Bs, and we've come a long way, Minister, from the promise of the Republic. And these faceless figures hide the hidden homeless. Young people who have returned home to raise their families with their parents. And these are the stories behind the numbers. Tenants still face rip-off rents that are rising faster than their incomes. It now costs over €1,700 a month to rent in Dublin. The picture isn't much better elsewhere, and young people are locked out of secure and affordable accommodation, whether they hope to own or to rent. And it is better, without a doubt, to be a vulture fund or an international property investor in today's Ireland than a worker or a family planning for your future, because this country is no country for young people. They have driven social change, they have broadened their horizon, but this government has lowered theirs, and that is a terrible legacy on your government. Our housing system is broke, and what you should have done today is taken the first step to fix it, but nothing. How much have you allocated in the midst of a housing crisis? How much have you allocated for additional capital investment? €60 million. You couldn't make it up, Minister. It is absolutely appalling, and it sends a clear signal to all of those people who are struggling with rent, who are struggling with house prices, who are struggling with the issue of homelessness. And the problem is that this crisis is escalating. We have rising homelessness, we have runaway rents, and this is not a budget for tenants or workers or families trying to get on the property ladder. This is a budget with no additional targets for social housing, with building acquisition targets unchanged, and no affordable homes to be delivered in 2020. With landhoarding contributing to a new crisis, there has been no increase in the vacant site levy, a gift to developers who sit on land and who drive up land prices and house prices. And what this budget does deliver are significant increases, as we would expect from Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil, for private landlords, with funding spending on HAP on RAS at least twice as big as funding on social housing. Once again, this is a budget for the landlords, with an additional €20 million allocated to homelessness service. And Minister, never say that your government is investing in homelessness. You do not invest in homelessness. You invest in something. Homelessness is something that we need to eradicate. You don't invest in it. And that's the problem. You see it as an industry now, and you see the business that is developed around it. It seems as this government has acknowledged through its €20 million allocation that homelessness will continue to rise. In short, this isn't a budget for renters or anybody looking for a home. The only thing that Fianna Fáil had to show from this budget is a botched Help to Buy scheme that has failed to deliver on any of its objectives. It's cost going to cost €100 million in 2020. 40 million more than has been allocated to social housing. Just get that. 40 million more than what's been allocated for additional social housing. 100 million. We spent 200 million on this measure already. The Parliamentary Budget Office says that 40% of that money wasn't needed. They didn't need the support to actually get a deposit. That means about €80 million of this grant went into people's pockets who were highly paid in the first place and didn't need the grant to get onto the property ladder. It also shows very clearly that 80% of the properties were bought for in excess of €375,000, benefiting high-income earners, not low and middle-income workers. Now, Fianna Fáil do what they typically do. They continue to extend property-related tax breaks. Minister, Fine Gael told us they were going to be different, but unfortunately you have buckled on this again. Let me just say, as I finish, in relation to the Irish language, and we see the amount of, and we had the end of Gaelic in there, agus Chima Janariga that Takar Harfwell, the Udras Nagalkarte, agus then Plan Changa, €1 million o hiu capital de, agus €1 million o hiu cursi rehade. Are, ni hen shaw father galore. Ta Udras Nagalkarte again shadun, go fuila, go ledu, go barna, go mishkel, the €1 million in Aina Biana. Le Udras na Gaeltart a rectal. Agus they should gin should go €1 million of Rishal Aru for Honey Kursi capital o hill na Togri at or Loyawaku. Aka reached and realty si Jenny Kenche, na will go your pocket and Gaeltart, Agus na Gamisha Fwaka Erin Tray Alu. So once again, this government is failing in relation to this. Can I just mention before my colleagues come in, you have done nothing in relation to the high cost of childcare. Like, the government needs to start to take steps to reduce the burden on ordinary families. Like, it needs to be a crisis in government, not just in the home where people have children going to the childcare setting. We are paying the highest childcare cost, among the highest childcare costs in the world. It's gone up to €184 per week. Now, we have shown how you can transform that through a 5-year transformational programme, beginning this year, where we could have reduced the cost of childcare per child per month by €100 by making the additional investment that is required. The government have completely failed these families in relation to this, and what we will see is childcare costs again increasing year on year, as it has done every year under your government. Minister, this is a do-nothing budget from a do-nothing government. This time Brexit is an excuse for a government that is out of ideas and it's out of times. And when we subtract what has been taken from us to what has been given, this budget has delivered very little for workers and for their families. It's not the budget that Sinn Féin would have delivered. Sinn Féin would have brought forward real and deliverable solutions, putting citizens, not vested interests, at the centre of our economy. At the top of our priorities would have been ordinary people. That would have tackled rip-off costs faced by countless families, by sky-high insurance premiums, extortionate rents, eye-watering childcare or back-to-school costs. These could have been dealt with in this budget. That would have raised incomes and made sure that work delivers to secure a standard of living that is necessary to meet families' needs. That would have given workers and families a break. That would have been our priority. It must be the role of this state in promoting and development of an economy that serves everyone and all, to take a side and to take a stand for what is right and what is good. There are values that we all must abide by, stepping up and providing where there are failings, rectifying wrongs where they've been made, and taking charge where the state has abdicated its responsibility. Unfortunately, this budget has failed to deliver on any of these values. So Sinn Féin, for our part, Yaskin Cordia, will continue to lead the way, and one day, maybe government will listen.
Another year and another Fine Gael budget that's all style and no substance. The government has shown that it cannot properly budget for our vital public services or give struggling families a break. The good people of the North Side, who I have the honour of representing, will not be taken in by the Minister for Finance standing in this chamber and saying that things are going swimmingly and what a great job Fine Gael are doing for this state. Meanwhile, this city is choking. We have nearly 3,000 children grown up in hotel rooms across the city. Parents are at their wits' end trying to make ends meet. And Fine Gael can't bring themselves to do the right thing by the honest, hard-working people of this state. Now, their bedfellows in Fianna Fáil sit on the sidelines and offer only token opposition, as it have done for the past 3 years. Fianna Fáil have let down the people of Dublin just as much as their partners on the Fine Gael benches. They'll pass another Fine Gael budget that's dead set on maintaining the status quo of the haves and the have-nots, of the elite and of the struggling. A few bob to cover the astronomical cost of childcare will not convince a single family that this government is on their side. You never have and you never will be. Dublin has become one of the most expensive cities in the world to have a child in, and this government doesn't seem to have a clue as how to give working families a break. While we in Sinn Féin have a plan, a radical plan to transform the entire childcare sector, while Fine Gael and Minister Sapone are content on just to grant another meagre concession on what will be swallowed up within a year when prices go up yet again. Count Corley, there's nothing in this budget for renters, while the winners are those profiteering from the housing crisis, just as it has been for every single Fine Gael budget we've seen. People across this city, from Cabra to Crumlin to Coolock, are all united by the dread of another year passing and rents going up. The rent pressure zones are not working, and there is no hope on the horizon for anybody stuck in the rent trap. Well, not under this government in any way. Sinn Féin would help renters by introducing an emergency freeze on rents and bringing in rent relief, which would save them the equivalent of 1 month's rent each year. Count Corley, budgets are about choices. Sinn Féin choose to invest in services that will make a real difference to ordinary families by reducing the cost of living and allowing these families the benefit of knowing that a parent does not have to give up work to mind their child, that if a child falls sick, that there is a bed for them in hospital and not a trolley or a never-ending waiting list, that they need not panic the next time the car breaks down or school books need buying. The budget cannot be just about getting by. It must be about ensuring people have a decent life. We need to give working families a break, not to talk down to them and tell them we know best and you should work harder. People are working harder than this government and their Fianna Fáil sidekicks, and that's for sure.
Minister, Sinn Féin puts workers and families first. That's our main focus, and was so in the alternative budget that we put forward last week. And I'm sure the Minister would have seen many of the proposals that we made. That's our focus. This Dáil has debated time and again the crises on health and housing. Dozens of hours, hundreds of hours of debate on these issues. Even the government, your government, has accepted that we have a housing emergency. But where's the sense of urgency in this budget today, Minister? Where is the break for those who are paying high rents? Where is the break for those who need an affordable home? €60 million in capital funding for housing, as Deputy has outlined. €60 million for housing. It's an absolute disgrace when we have people who need affordable homes and people who need social homes. Last year you said you had a housing budget which made little difference to those who are in need of housing, and yet this year you put forward €60 million of additional funding. It's an absolute disgrace. Where's the break for those who are crippled with childcare costs? Where's the break for those families who are faced with the high cost for their children's education? Where's the break, Minister, for those people who are waiting to see a hospital consultant, for those people who are waiting for hospital treatment, for those hundreds and sometimes thousands of people over the course of a year who are left on hospital trolleys? Where's the break for any of those people? It simply isn't there. It isn't in this budget. We're not going to get it from Fine Gael, and we're also not going to get it from Fianna Fáil. Let's bring a sense of reality to this debate. This budget is every bit Fianna Fáil's budget as it is Fine Gael's. They come in here and they cry crocodile tears about what's not in this budget. But what they also do, and we heard Deputies McGrath and we heard Deputy Cowan talk about the successes that they say they got in the negotiations with your government. That's what coalition partners do. That's what you, Fianna Fáil, are. They're your coalition partners. They are propping you up. And the reality is that both Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael represent a cosseted, privileged class. Both of your parties, when you were in government, protected the bankers. Both of your parties, through your policies, have changed the law to bring in vulture funds and to allow them to prey on people whose mortgages were bought against their will. Both of your parties have changed the law which saw families evicted from their homes. You give tax breaks to landlords, and you sit on your hands while rents have gone up year on year, and we know in Dublin especially, but right across the state, people are paying huge amounts of their income on rents. And it's out of the reach now of ordinary people to be able to buy their own homes in a lot of cases, Minister. And where is the hope for any of those families in this budget? It isn't there. Both Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael have protected millionaires with tax loopholes that are only made for them. They have protected the insurance industry that preys on working families with rip-off rates, and you have done this time and again with every passing budget. Indeed, this is the fourth budget that we have got from Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, but it is also the fourth budget that has reinforced the crises in health and housing, that has done nothing for those who need better childcare, more affordable childcare, that has done nothing for working families who work hard, who want a break. It does nothing to solve the problems for the vast majority of families out there. And yet each time Fianna Fáil comes in and pats Fine Gael on the back, Fianna Fáil will pat, or Fine Gael will pat Fianna Fáil on the back, as we saw the Minister do today, saying what a great job you've done. And what have you done? You give tax exiles a tax break, as you always do. You make sure that they are the people who are protected. These are the people who don't pay their fair share in taxes. They fly in and out of this country on their private jets, and their carbon footprint would put the entire aviation industry to shame. That's who you represent, Minister. You represent the elites. You represent the vested interests. You represent the banks. You represent the insurance industries. You represent the cuckoo funds. You represent all of those sections of society. But you're not in here today delivering for families. You're not in here today delivering for workers. That's what we in Sinn Féin did through our alternative budget. There are many families out there, Minister, who are genuinely struggling. I don't think that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael really get it. These are people who are struggling to ensure that bills are paid and their children have food on the table. And they're having to go to extreme lengths to make ends meet. As one parent recently told the Journal.ie, and I quote, "The children look for money for school trips, and we often have to say no to even €5. We just don't have it. Even though we budget carefully, we have to say, sorry, we can't. They are very good kids and hate that they feel different." Parents are struggling, Minister, to meet the cost of school books, of uniforms and so-called voluntary contributions. Another parent said when they were asked, "I find life very hard, not being able to pay all my bills, always putting one of the bills on a long finger. The stress makes me sick. I'm always worrying, knowing that my kids will have to go without." Minister, the cost of living, that high cost, is driving stress and anxiety for so many families across this state. And the budget will do little to ease those anxieties because there is no brakes for them. And we in Sinn Féin will challenge this. We'll challenge the vested interests. We'll challenge the elites. We're not here to represent them. We don't make any apologies for that. We're here to represent ordinary working people. And in truth, Minister, that's the real reason why the Taoiseach and why Fine Gael and why Fianna Fáil fear Sinn Féin in government. That's the real reason. You know that we won't represent the vested interests in society. You know we're not in here to represent bankers or speculators or landlords or cuckoo funds or vulture funds who prey on ordinary working people. We're here to represent them. Those people out there who are listening to this debate and will say another budget and nothing from Fine Gael or nothing from Fianna Fáil. You did bring them something though, Minister, and that brings me to the carbon tax. You know, and your own Department of Finance has told you this, that the carbon tax is unfair and is regressive. You were told this at the Climate Action Committee, you were told this in the Finance Committee, and you know that it will impact most on the most vulnerable in society. It will have the biggest impact on those who live in rural Ireland. And your own Finance Minister has said that. You're introducing this carbon tax not because you believe it will make any difference to the environment, not because you believe it will reduce carbon emissions, but it raises revenue, and it does so unfairly. And you use the cover of Climate Action, Minister, to justify this increase. In fact, what you're telling the people of this state, that for the next 10 years they will see increases in the carbon tax, which will put more money on the cost of their diesel and petrol, more money on home heating oil, more money for those who don't have the alternatives. And the logic of your position is crazy, Minister, because the vast majority of people don't have those alternatives. What do you say to a family whose home is heated by oil or gas, who can't afford to make any change? What grants are the government putting in place for those families? What you are doing through increasing carbon tax and signalling an increase year on year is that they will have to pay more. They'll be poorer. The country won't be greener. The country won't be cleaner. But those families will be less well off. That's the reality, Minister. What about all those people in rural Ireland, and many of them in your own constituencies, where public transport is non-existent, where buses don't go through many towns and villages? In fact, we saw expressway services that have ceased over the last number of years because the money wasn't invested by this government. What do you say to all of those families who live in rural Ireland when you slap a carbon tax on them, and you slap a carbon tax on them the year after and year after again? What they need, Minister, are solutions. Now, my party has for decades called for investment in public transport. We embrace climate action because we know that social justice and climate justice are flip sides of the same coin. We want good quality public transport, not just in Dublin, but in Cork, in Limerick, in Waterford, in Galway, and all of the rural places in between. We want people's home to be of the highest standard. It was Fianna Fáil, when they were in power, when they represented the developers, that created a situation where we had many substandard apartments built in Dublin and elsewhere, and left many people then, when the bottom went out of the economy, without any home. We were the ones that argued that we need good quality homes for people, and yet people don't have it. And what is the government going to do? Slap a carbon tax on those families. Minister, this budget does nothing for hard-working families. We in Sinn Féin put forward many alternatives in our budget. You could have done lots of things. We called for 2 free GP visits to every person in the state without a medical card or a GP card. That's to give those families a break, to reduce the cost of their healthcare, to make sure that they can afford to go to a doctor. We all know many people who put off going to a GP because of the cost. This would have made a difference to those families, but you chose not to, because you don't represent them. You represent that causative privileged class that I spoke about. We called for an emergency rent freeze and to provide a tax relief to renters equal to 1 month of their rental costs. Again, you've done nothing. Nothing that tackles the high price of rents. They're just left paying these rents year on year. Nothing in terms of affordable housing of any significance. Nothing for those people who need local authority housing. We put forward solutions as well in terms of increased investment in childcare, and also to improve the pay and conditions of childcare workers. Your government has done nothing again. You've left those people behind. We put forward solutions, and I heard the Fianna Fáil spokespersons talk about the high cost of insurance. Deputy Doherty has led to debate on this issue, as you know. And we have called on this government to properly rein in and regulate the insurance sector, which are ripping people off. And what does your government do? Sit on its hands, time and again, like you do with everything else. It's about time that we had a government that doesn't represent the bankers, that doesn't represent the speculators, that doesn't represent the vulture funds, that doesn't represent the landlords or the builders or the developers. Imagine if you had a government that represented ordinary working people. Imagine if there was a budget today that actually gave those families a break, that dealt with the health issues that people have, dealt with the housing issues, dealt with the childcare issues. And you're afraid, Minister, you're afraid to raise revenue on those with the deepest pockets. We say for those who earn over 140,000, tax them a small bit more to pay for those services. Fianna Fáil run away from it, and Fine Gael run away from it because you do not represent the interests of ordinary working people. And it is only when we have a Sinn Féin government, when you have a Sinn Féin finance minister taking to his feet, will we see a budget that will deliver for the vast majority of working families.
Thank you, Last Corla. I think that there will be a lot of sadness, frustration and disappointment in hundreds of thousands of Irish homes tonight as older people, people in retirement on retirement pensions from social protection, as people who are carers, as people who, who have a disability and who rely on a social protection income. When they look down the list of what's in this budget for them, absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. A pensioner couple will get nothing. I welcome the increase in the living alone allowance, but what about pensioner couples? Do they not have an entitlement to some consideration by this government? Now, we know from the ESRI that without a Brexit, inflation next year in Ireland will be about 1.5%. But the ESRI has said that if there is a difficult Brexit, inflation could rise by food prices in particular, and particular cheaper food prices, a lot of which, for those of you who do the weekly supermarket shop will know, quite a lot of them are imported from England. So if there's a hard Brexit, it's, you don't have to be an economist to forecast that those kind of prices will rise. And who will they hit? They'll hit the people on the lowest incomes, the people who are either on very low pay or who are relying on social welfare or who are retired and are shopping around for bargains. And the estimate by the ESRI in the event of a no-deal Brexit was between 892 and 1,360 per household in the case of a no-deal Brexit. Now, over and over again, the Minister said this budget was based on a no-deal Brexit, and you've decided to leave the poorest people, the most vulnerable people in the country, out of the Brexit consideration. Can any of the people who are here explain that? It's an unbelievable error of judgment to say that people whom the ESRI have told us are the most likely to suffer from a difficult Brexit are the people, and I have these two pages here, it's page 90 and 91, you have it there yourselves, you can check it. The state pension, 248.30 this year, 248.30 next year. Widows, 208 this year, 208 next year. The people who are on unemployment assistance or benefit, 203 this year, 203 next year. Now, you have given a couple of concessions. The living alone allowance, which we welcome, has gone up from 9 to 14 euros. That's the first increase since I increased it as Minister some years ago. You have given children over 12 whose parents are unemployed and on social welfare €3 a week extra. You've given children under 12 whose parents are unemployed and on social welfare €2 a week. Nothing for all those families in work who rely quite heavily on child benefit. Absolutely nothing for them. We know there is some allocation, but there's such a mess in relation to the allocation, in relation to the childcare subsidies, in respect of children broadly under 4. So what about children over 4? They eat. They're going to want, to be reflected in the household budget in the event of a difficult Brexit. There's nothing there for them at all. I welcome the increases in the child dependent allowance, but is the government lacking in complete sensitivity to families on low incomes or on social welfare incomes or on retirement state pension incomes who are literally going to get nothing really from this budget? And in fact, if you look at their costs, some of them obviously will be impacted by the carbon tax. The second thing I want to say to you at the beginning, and I think this is a particular disgrace in the context of the scenario that the ESRI have set out in terms of the impact of a no-Brexit deal. And that is, there was not one word out of the Minister's mouth about an increase in the minimum wage. Now, when I was Taoiseach, I oversaw the introduction of legislation and arrangements, the Low Pay Commission, to try again and get to those people in work, working their backs off in a lot of cases, who are on the minimum wage. This year we were meant, or next year I should say, on the 1st of January, we were meant to pass, if you like, the magic threshold of €10 an hour. And there is nothing from the Minister today about it. So I'm assuming that the increase in the minimum wage of around, I think it was around 30 cents, is parked pending Brexit. So all those low-paid workers, they're going to get nothing either, even though, again, they're the people who are likely to be most affected by price rises in the event of a very difficult Brexit. We agree with the budget referencing the difficulties of Brexit. We agree with that. We've been supportive of the government for the last 3 years since we left the government in relation to getting the best possible Brexit deal for Ireland. But I must say, I wonder what happened to Minister Doherty around the cabinet table. Was she sandbagged, or what happened to her that she emerged with such a dreadful outcome? I mean, I know how hard it is to fight as a minister for your share of the funding, but she seems to have literally sold the pass. And the people who are most likely to be affected are actually left out. And the annual budget is a bit like an NCT test on a government, an opportunity to look carefully under the bonnet, check the brakes, inspect the engine, and even give the tyres a few hard kicks to check if they are roadworthy. So one of the vital tasks of all deputies from both sides is to sit ministers down, tell them to breathe deeply, and have a proper no-holds-barred examination of their stewardship. One duty that falls on us here is to use the budget debate to put the public finances under an intense and fierce scrutiny. We need also to expose the government's often shifting and contradictory outlooks on the key issues of Brexit, climate change and the nation's economic state at a time of great international turbulence. These are questions that need to be asked and asked again and again until ministers run out of excuses, fantasies about tax cuts and places to hide. Our task here is to nail persistent evasions, to punctuate the make-believe narratives and to unpick the deceptions that are at the heart of the government story. The French novelist Voltaire wrote a short novel called Candide, whose famous character is a teacher called Pangloss, who sees everything with unlimited optimism, that all is for the best in this best of all possible worlds. Both the Taoiseach and his finance minister constantly exhibit the telltale signs of the Pangloss mentality. I sometimes wonder if there is a rivalry between them as to which of them can outdo the other in persuading the public that all is for the best under their benign leadership. We all know that this is far from true, except to Fine Gael's true believers. And the social welfare payments and their, I don't know what happened, they went AWOL in relation to that issue. They didn't cop that it had a Brexit effect. You know, it's amazing. So we're supposed to have, for instance, a summer economic statement giving an honest basis for the Budget Oversight Committee to do its work. In practice, it's become like a light piece of summer fiction. Last year, the summer statement was woefully dishonest and bore no relation to the subsequent budget or to the final end-of-year outturn. This year hasn't really been much difference. And again, we face the probability of extensive supplementary budgets in many key departments, with health as usual at the top of the queue, with a voracious appetite for eye-watering additional funds to cover up the minister's hapless inability to manage his budget year after year. Let us recall one startling fact about the public finances for 2018. There was the usual forecast of spending, then there was the actual outcome at the end of the year of around 77 billion. The gap between the two was eye-watering, and if you recall, I think I said here that the Minister found the billion that was missing or so down the back of the sofa, but he produced it anyway on budget day. Minister Donoghue got it wrong by multiple billions. No wonder the Fiscal Council has shredded both his reputation and his record, and indeed this government's reputation. Few ministers have ever been taken to task as robustly as this minister was in the Council's last report in the early summer. Not credible was the judgment set out in 170 pages. Not credible then and not credible now. A private sector CEO would be out on his ear for such a dismal result. The minister has been saved time and again by the massive income coming in from corporation taxes. We're raking it in, if you recall, was the Taoiseach's vain boast at Davos in January when he was up in the clouds. So maybe so, but to what useful purpose? In reality, that flow of cash has been a mixed blessing if its sole purpose is to rescue errant ministers from the consequences of their financial incompetence and management. This year was supposed to be different. Health got a generous estimate with the express purpose of putting an end to the annual farce of late-year adjustments, but not a bit of it. Mr Harris is back again for another windfall, around the 400 million mark at the moment, I think, and counting by the time we get to the end of the year. He doesn't even have the gall to apologise. Let us say the overruns add up to the 400 million. I think it may well be more in the end. Has that cash delivered any genuine improvements in health outcomes? Not in waiting lists, not in trolley numbers, not in a whole list of defects that plague our healthcare, not in the achievement of any significant advance in delivering Sláinte care. That 400 million should be available to deliver the kind of genuine game changers that healthcare in Ireland needs. We have 3 maternity hospitals in Dublin: Holles Street, the Rotunda and the Coombe. Each has a well-established and long-agreed capital plans for development at a time when the number of births is increasing rapidly. The Rotunda wishes to transfer to Connolly Hospital in Blanchardstown. There is to be a new National Maternity Hospital at St Vincent's to replace Holles Street, and the Coombe is due to be rebuilt as well. Then there are the many capital needs of existing general hospitals all over the country for extra beds, additional theatres, improved MRI and other diagnostic facilities. If the additional funds were needed to accelerate these projects, then there would be no problem in approving the extra spend. But that's not the case. We will be asked in December to wave through supplementary estimates for no other reason than ministerial failure to deliver results within budgets that already had been increased. Quite simply, Fine Gael are not to be trusted with precious public funds. Unsafe and unsatisfactory is the proper verdict on their financial stewardship. To be honest, incompetence is the hallmark of quite a number of the people who sit over there. You cannot make a judgment on a policy by simply saying that so many billions are to be spent in delivering it. The public will judge by results, not by grandiose plans and promised billions, and so far results have been few and far between. I think that this government has been far too slow in recognising the effects of an almost certain economic slowdown, both in the USA, in China and in Europe. The erratic behaviour of the current US administration and the very obvious evidence of a serious slowdown in the UK will compound the impact of Brexit, even if a deal is reached in the coming weeks. I find precious little evidence that serious attention is being paid to worrying international trends. The ECB is well alert to those trends and is adjusting its bond buying and interest rates to meet those challenges. Many of the big international companies operating here, they will weather any storms. But our own domestic firms will find the going hard should markets contract through a tit-for-tat trade war. I just have very little confidence that ministers who fail so badly in managing finances in good times can be trusted when chill winds blow in from outside, even if Brexit ends up with a benign outcome. Not even Dr. Pangloss could manage to get good news from that. This was to be the climate change budget. I rather doubt that the tepid measures announced today will push Ireland much further up the league of international defaulters, laggard before and laggard still. In any overall strategy on climate change, the transport sector has to be front and centre. If there's to be any genuine reduction in Ireland's collective carbon footprint, it will be primarily evident in the way we make the switch, in the way we transport people and goods. I see some unpussed vehicles on the street proudly boasting that they are zero-emission vehicles. It's a welcome sight, and I hope to see more of the same in all the vehicles used by public utility companies and public services. Could we have regular audits of how public organisations, such as the OPW, are moving to replace their fleets? It's then we'll truly know just how committed the state is to climate change goals. And one other thing, apart from the climate issue, there are solid public health grounds to secure cleaner air in our cities and towns by replacing polluting vehicles and polluting fuels. We now know from the excellent research done by the Environmental Protection Agency that there are numerous illnesses, many life-threatening, that flow from the polluted air we tolerate far too easily in this country. Many citizens die prematurely from asthma-related illnesses, and thousands of others endure distressing and painful conditions that come entirely from the failure of the state to insist on clean air as a human right. The Taoiseach and his ministers delight in making grandiose announcements of new investments to expand public transport, but their record on delivery falls far short of their lofty ambitions. Let me highlight a few of these. Any day, morning and evening, the peak time buses and trains that serve my constituency are packed to capacity. Such is the length of the journey and the crowding. The joke is that Dublin Bus or Transport Ireland are going to install toilets and maybe a coffee dock on a bus because people's journey for what should be about 20 to 30 minutes is about an hour and a half. to get to the outer areas of my constituency. And the buses are just jam-packed. A man this morning on the bus told me that 10 buses had passed him by before he actually was able to get on a bus. The same is true in relation to our trains. They're packed to capacity. And so if you come on at a later station, you really have to we need those Japanese pushers to push people into the trains. The timescale for the delivery of the extra rail carriages that we require runs to years. The absolute imperative has to be the electrification of the principal commuter lines, such as Connolly to Maynooth service, as well as those to Clare and Drogheda. I think we should set a timetable where we have an electric train to Portlaoise, on to Cork, on to Galway, on to Sligo. We've no ambition for the kind of transport that other countries take for granted. I'm not at all convinced that the Minister for Transport is in any way sufficiently engaged in delivering rail electrification on the scale that is urgently required. Nor am I convinced that the National Transport Authority is sufficiently equipped to advance the project while also managing bus connects and the metro. I simply do not believe the current arrangements are adequate to secure a timely delivery of this group of transport projects. There are already significant delays in almost every single element of the plans that have been announced over and over again. Public resistance to particular components of each separate project, notably Bus Connects, has already undermined public confidence in the way a much-wanted project is proceeding. I've mentioned here a number of Dublin-based initiatives which are undoubtedly costly and often disruptive, but other parts of Ireland have identical and justifiable needs. Cork, Galway and Limerick all need their own public transport projects as responses to the current congestion that is both economically damaging and unsightly to all. What I want to see from this budget debate is some clear evidence of serious commitment from all parties to a sustained multi-annual investment in top-class public transport that will also be a considerable contributor to low carbon and healthier cities and towns because the air will be cleaner. I hear words, targets and promises from ministers, but fear that they lack credibility. It's not the dizzy amounts of capital that jump out from ministerial statements and umpteen launches that count. It's their proven inability to make delivery on time and within budget that marks them out as failures. Another critical element is the retrofitting of homes. Many citizens are actively working to use personal savings and public grants to cut their own carbon footprints and conserve energy. Their children, their grandchildren, their great-grandchildren are telling people and advising them how to do it. This is a moment when people actually want to do it. There are hundreds of thousands of homes that were built decades ago that require substantial renovation to upgrade their energy ratings. This is truly a gigantic task to do in a decade. One serious deficiency is the shortage of skilled labour for the particular task of conservation, as distinct from routine construction for homes and offices. I do want the Minister for Skills to come forward with a training programme to attract apprentices into this area. We do not have enough qualified personnel or dedicated contractors available to concentrate on this job of retrofitting homes to a very high standard. There's a compelling need to offer low-cost financial packages to homeowners who recognise the value of work that will deliver real savings to offset the cost of the work, not to mention the additional comfort that this work can bring to their homes. I just want to make this point about carbon tax. Last June, the CSO published an interesting study on environmental taxes. The report revealed that such taxes contribute as much as €5 billion a year to the Exchequer under various headings. They also estimated that Ireland paid a total of €4.1 billion in potentially environmentally damaging subsidies in 2016. So we're collecting €5 billion at the moment in environmental taxes, and we're then giving over €4 billion back in subsidies, some of which are causing pollution. Like that kind of lack of joined-up thinking just has to end. Each budget should contain a number of specific clawbacks of these subsidies by reducing both the tax reliefs and the direct subsidies. They just emasculate the effectiveness of environmental taxes because they actually encourage activities that can add to carbon footprint in our economy. It's unfortunate that the climate change debate is obscured by one type of carbon taxes. The state's response has to involve a much wider suite of measures about electricity, about home improvements, and above all by a commitment to public transport on a scale never seen before. Now, I just want to mention demography because demographics has been the other key word in the budget beside Brexit. On my first day in the Department of Social Protection, I got the usual briefing that all new ministers get. I had really thought I was going to get a lecture about the pressures that I was going to face as a consequence of the economic crash and the Troika. What I did not expect was the blunt assessment of annual costs that would arise from an ageing population. People are living longer, an undoubted and welcome triumph of medical advances, but I was told I was going to need an extra €200 million a year, come what may, to pay the state pension, even if there were to be no increase in rates. This is no less true today than it was then, and there's a further dimension now. The number of children is growing very fast, and lots of European countries look on amazed and even envious at Ireland's population growth in a way that is rather unique. Current CSO figures indicate a remarkable youth share of Ireland's overall population, over 20% in the 0 to age 14 group. I mean, they're really astonishing figures. In the long term, that's a fantastic bonus. But right now, it brings its own substantial costs in healthcare, in safe maternity facilities, in parental leave entitlements, in education at all levels, from early childhood to third level. My concern is that the emphasis is on current costs and not enough attention is paid in the capital budget to meet these needs. We all know how the government has bungled the National Children's Hospital, with serious and unacknowledged consequences for every other aspect of the capital programme. Our maternity hospitals are in dire need of investment, as I outlined earlier. Schools need to be built on time when there's a population bulge. Early childhood education has paramount relevance, both as a key component of childcare and as a proven catalyst for later education achievement. At the other end of the age cycle, there are ever-increasing care needs for senior citizens. And one thing that is shocking, and I don't know if the Minister who's left here now would know, but whatever happened to the agreement to have a supplementary savings pension to allow people to retire in more comfort when they come to retirement age? We haven't heard a word of that, it just vanished. There was lots of chat by Leo about it, and then it simply vanished. So many people at work now are denied a clear path to home ownership, and I think that this is one of the most disappointing things about this government. Fine Gael is going out of its way to end the fact that in Ireland people legitimately aspire to actually own a home. And so we have a home-owning democracy. But Fine Gael is determined to change that and actually to put, if you like, everything to do with housing as far as possible into the hands of landlords. This is going to have major impacts on how we live and what happens to people in retirement as well. Leo and his mates are content that people in their own age group should be content to rent all through their working lives. You don't need a crystal ball to predict what this means decades from now when that group comes to retirement age. They will need to go on paying rent from their retirement income, while those who manage to own their homes will have paid off mortgages and will not have this pressure on their monthly income in retirement. And I do think this is one reason alone that Fine Gael needs to sit down and think about what it's doing in housing and the imbalances it's causing, never mind the distress and the damage being done to children and adults who are in long, long periods of homelessness. I want to just make a brief comment on the cultural institutions. We had a visit here recently in this House from writers who wanted to talk about putting books into school libraries, so every child is really encouraged to read books. So we had really world-famous authors like Anne Enright and Paul Murray here, and it was a very modest proposal, but I think it's something that the government should seriously consider, that every school should have a library and should have a modest fund to actually buy books that children can read. Similarly, every child should have an experience of a cultural event at least once a year. I just want to end on the note that Leo, particularly when Boris has been around, has been happy to display his education in the classics. So he did that when Prime Minister Johnson was here a few weeks ago. Given that kind of a classical education, I'm sure he's well aware of the dangers of hubris. So I want to say to this government now, when hubris comes, can nemesis be far behind? That's a friendly warning to this Fine Gael government, and I hope they can consider it. Thank you.
Alan Kelly, there's 30 minutes left in the Labour slot.
Thank you, Oscar Hirlock. And I want to thank the Minister for being here this afternoon. I do want to say, though, and this is not a reflection on the Minister sitting in any way, shape or form, that last Cathaoirleach, it used to be tradition inside here that during main budget speeches on the day of a budget that the Taoiseach or the Minister for Finance, or the last few years the Minister for Finance or the Minister for Public Expenditure that way, would actually be here to listen to the speeches that were going ahead. And I think it's shocking that a tradition now has emanated that it's acceptable not to be here. And I think it's something that, as a House, we have to deal with and reflect on. This government, it doesn't look good for them, that they prefer to be out spinning around in the media or doing whatever they're doing instead of listening to the contributions inside here in the House of the Chamber. I've already had one bad episode in the last week where a minister refused to come in and answer a question, as you're well aware, and this is another example. And I say this on behalf, I think, of everyone in this House. Thank the Lord that this is the last budget of this government, because I don't think anyone, and even the government side, could have another one. We are tinkering towards the end. We are thinking towards the end, and really, this is the end of the arrangement that we have in place between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael as well. This budget certainly demonstrates that the government is politically impotent, and what today finally demonstrates is that the government has been sterilised to inaction, because this is a budget that actually does nothing. It actually does nothing. If anything, it is a budget that's actually going to make things an awful lot worse. For all the hype of this year's budget, it is crystal clear that it is a budget for very few, and only those who are certainly on higher incomes. And particularly, I find it outstanding that in the arrangement between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, that we have what we have in relation to social welfare. the fact that there are no increases to deal with inflation and to deal with what is obviously going to create extra costs for people given Brexit, it is astonishing. And it tells me the position of the famous Willie O'D in the Fianna Fáil party. He obviously wasn't able to push it that hard this year. But it's worrying for me that Fianna Fáil rolled over and didn't push for increases to meet inflation in social welfare. And I'll get back to that. It brings me to the Independent Alliance, who had their bellies tickled and came into line over changes in relation to the medical card allowances. I was watching with great humour over the last 4 or 5 days of the Independent Alliance ministers running around the place, trying to jump in front of cameras again, not knowing that RTE were outside, but knowing that they were actually outside to watch them, and pretending that they were very important. Yet everybody in this chamber knows that the Independent Alliance had about as much leverage now on this budget as anyone, because for the simple fact that it didn't matter what was going to be put forward, they had no choice but to vote for it. So the idea that they had a huge impact on this budget is completely and utterly laughable in the extreme. We already know that this government is incapable of managing capital spending. We have a 200-odd+ million cover-up based on the Children's Hospital, based on the Public Services Card and based on broadband. So we know that, but we also can see very much again here this year, because it's cyclical, that they can't also manage current funding. Because year on year, there is no reform of the same mistakes. It's the same mistakes, reliance on the same tax take from certain areas in order to fill the gaps in other areas. So we go on and on and on. And we continue with the overspend, we continue with the dependence on corporation taxes, and we continue with the non-sustainable practices on and on. No more so than in health. And I think from a health perspective, this budget is absolutely dire because it doesn't actually start the reform programme that we all know has to happen. Sláinte Care happened because many of us in this House, myself included, spent 11 months writing up a cross-party agreement. But the commitment to that agreement has to be actioned. We've had another 3 budgets, and the reform isn't happening. It isn't happening because ultimately this government are not committed to it. They're not committed to the consensus that was reached. When it comes to the transitional fund that is required to turn the health service around, to make it public-facing, to make it community-facing, to ensure that we can restructure our health services so that the acute system isn't under so much pressure. It simply cannot happen because of the actions taken by the government. We have over 3,000 midwifery and nursing posts vacant at this moment in time. This budget will do nothing to deal with the recruitment ban, which is obviously in place. The increases that have been put forward in relation to nurses and other medical professionals will simply deal with demographic changes. And by the way, that's a consistent line across this budget, is that many of the increases that the government are shouting about are actually only going to deal with demographic increases. And that's the simple truth of the matter. It is not a real increase. It is actually only to meet demographic profiling, which the government are well aware of. But they sell it as an increase. It actually is only there to stand still. The increases that the government are talking about are only to stand still. And that needs to be very clear. We cannot continue with the current acute setup in our hospitals. It is criminal what is going on. The situation inside New HL demonstrates it the most. It is disgraceful. They need a 40 million current expenditure recalibration just to be the same as Beaumont Hospital in Dublin. That's 40 million per year to have the same amount of beds, the same amount of doctors, the same amount of nurses, the same amount of health professionals. They barely have a half-functioning CT scanner. And I had to beg them last week and the week before to actually go and buy a new one, which they may be renting one now. So that's the scale of it. And what do we do? What does this government do? We go back to the NTPF. More money into private practice. More money to buy their way out of the fact they have no capacity to solve the situation. No commitment to sláinte care. No commitment to that recalibration I speak about all the time. It is just throw money at it again. And dare I say it, supported by Fianna Fáil in this. Throw money into the private sector. Short-termism. This has gone on for 4 budgets in a row now. It's the 4th budget in a row that they've thrown money into the NTPF just to bury a little bit of the problem and no reform whatsoever. When it comes to GP cards, this is a laugh. The next budget is next October. The GP cards for under 8s comes in next September. Like, John Corley, could you not create some rules around this kind of pulling the wool over people's eyes, where we announced that we're going to go for under 8s GP cards, but it's 11 months' time. This isn't happening in a budget cycle of this government. This government won't be within an ass's roar of this place by then. It'll be long gone. It's not even budgeted for in the figures, actually in the documentation. It's not even there. That's how irrelevant it is. So that's not happening. That's a commitment given out that they have no intention of being able to follow through on, because they have no costing even provided for it. When it comes to the medical care for the terminally ill, I see that Minister Harris on Twitter has announced that he's doing something on it. He is actually saying that he has asked the HSE to deal with it. And I want to make a commitment to John Wall, who I spoke earlier on today, who has fought for this for the last year. Somebody I've got to know quite well, somebody I admire, a man with a terminal illness. And he wants to know, where is this budgeted for? Because it's either budgeted for or it's not. It can't just be, ask the HSE, they're going to come back in a few weeks and they're going to say we can do it. It's either in a budget line or it's not. And if it is, where is it? To provide medical cards for terminally ill patients. Probably a 24-month profile is what's needed here, because we have to have some way of dealing with it. But I want to see where it is. I want to see it in detail, because until I see it, it does not exist. And I want it to exist. I want Minister Harris to show me it, and I'll congratulate him on that specific item if he does do so. But I cannot see it, and I want to be proven that it does exist. Home health powers. Of course we welcome the increases. I talk about this all the time. The fact is, though, until we bring in a registered employment agreement in relation to people who work in this sector, we'll always have these problems, because people cannot afford to work in the sector. That's the real issue. There are lots of people out there who want to work in this area but can't afford to do so. The idea of going out for half an hour to one couple out the road and another half an hour to another, it just is ridiculous. And also, the actual figure which has been brought forward will not even bring us up to where we need to go in 2019. So it's actually way behind. Nothing here in relation to dealing with hospital beds. Nothing at all in the budget in relation to the necessity to increase the volume of beds, which we all know is at epidemic proportions. In relation to consultants, in relation to hospital consultants, in relation to pay equalisation, nothing there, which is a chronic issue, given the volume of them that are actually being educated here in this country and then leaving. Nothing there to deal with ambulances and the ambulance programme, nothing to deal with the whole issue of trying to maintain GPs, particularly GPs in rural areas where they are leaving all the time. So across the actual health provisions, this is not dealing with the core issues. When it comes to the national maternity strategy, I want a strategy I 100% support. Nobody supports it as much as I do. I've commended this strategy all the time. It's costing about 70 to 80 million. It's way behind. So it can't be met. The average is about 8 million a year as a requirement. This government cannot even find the 1 million to progress the new maternity hospital in Limerick. The 1 million for the design can't even be found. And then they tell us that the National Children's Hospital has had no impact. What a laugh. In relation to the National Cancer Strategy, National Cancer Strategy is something that obviously all of us across the House support. But there will be extra costs, given the RCOG review, the implementation of that in relation to cervical cancer and other changes. As a result of that, it is very disappointing to see that there isn't further commitments in relation to it. The out-of-pocket expenses changes that have been brought about by the government are welcome. But again, Count Corla, or last Count Corla, they're not happening until next July. Long after the time that this government is going to exist. Next July. So really, you know, we talk about reform. Maybe we could start to reform the budgetary process so we don't get these false announcements across a whole spectrum of areas. I would nearly pay to be at the media briefing with Minister Owen Harris, or Minister Owen Murphy. I'd definitely pay for that one. With Minister Owen Murphy, because to be honest with you, the way in which Minister Donoghue dealt with housing, it was like something that was just routine. And because it was dealt in such a routine manner, it actually amplified and demonstrated why Fine Gael really have no commitment to social housing and affordable housing. There's nothing in here to help young people to buy their own homes, to deal with affordability, and most of all to deal with rents. Nothing. Given a few bob to the PRTB, which is what I found it incredible that the Minister actually announced 2 million for the PRTB in his budget speech. He needed to announce it in his budget speech because he had nothing else to say on housing. That's the reality. In normal circumstances, a 2 million increase to any agency wouldn't get within the light of day of a budget speech. But he had to announce it, because guess what? He had to balance things out to say something else on housing, because he had nothing else to say, and by God, he had damn all interest in it as well. It was quite clear from what he said. REIT tax avoidance measures, absolutely welcome. But what I found amazing in the Minister's speech is that he admitted that he kind of knew about this all along. So now he's going to ensure, because of the necessity of a revenue-raising measure, he's going to actually tackle this issue. Which tells me that he and his officials knew about it all along, ideologically hadn't that much of a problem with it, and now that they actually need the money, are going to deal with it. That's the bottom line here. When it comes to rent pressure zones aren't working. There was an opportunity again through the government in this budget to deal with rents, to bring in innovative measures, to freeze rents. But I, of all the people in this House, know how ideologically opposed to that Fine Gael are. Capital building, approximately €60 million increase. Nowhere near enough, nothing to do with affordable housing, nothing at all. They have no interest in this, and to be honest with you, the houses that are being announced, are being built, are actually up and being, people are moving into at the moment, are houses that were announced by both myself and John O'Sullivan in the past. So housing was a complete no-no of interest for this government. When it comes to social welfare, I don't know where the Minister Doherty actually disappeared to during the budget negotiations, because obviously she disappeared, given what has been brought out here. Maybe, and it's just a theory, maybe she was put in the bold corner because of the public service card, and maybe this was what she was getting as a result. but to have no cost of living increases in weekly rates for carers, pensioners, those with disabilities, widows or other recipients is simply unacceptable. It is completely and utterly wrong. And when it comes to, I welcome the changes in the living alone allowance, but when it comes to the minimum wage, the fact that this government hadn't the guts to announce the increase in the minimum wage, and will wait till next March to do so. Why couldn't they announce it in this budget? They've done enough announcements of stuff that's not going to happen long after they're gone out of government. The least they could have done is brought up the minimum wage to what is recommended, €10.10. So, in relation to social welfare, we see that people who are dependent on social welfare, the elderly, the vulnerable, they are actually losing from this budget. They're in negative. They're actually worse off. Way worse off. The impacts of Brexit, inflation, and a multitude of other issues mean that they are worse off. And you look at the carbon tax impact, the lack of other measures to deal with that on top of it. And Minister, you are a member of a government that has ensured that the most vulnerable, the elderly, are actually going to be worse off. Bring out the calculator. It's pretty easy. A 7-year-old could work this out. It's pretty basic. The vulnerable and the elderly are worse off because of the measures that you signed off on, the Independent Alliance, with Fine Gael, working in conjunction with Fianna Fáil, have ensured come true today. That is a fact. Indisputable fact. Inflation, Brexit, carbon taxes. No €5 increase. Nothing. That's reality. When it comes to climate change and the carbon tax, the issue with me about this is that it needs to actually change behaviour. This looks like it was something they knew they had to do, and they threw it in and said, you know what, we'll ring fence it then afterwards and we'll decide what we're going to do. There is no plan, is my bottom line. There is no plan when it comes to carbon tax and how it's going to be used. Because if there was, we should see it here. None whatsoever. €2 increase in fuel allowance is a laugh. Another issue for you, Minister. I'm so glad you came in. 1 in 5 families don't get this fuel allowance. So, how are they actually going to net off the increase in carbon tax? How are we going to ensure that they don't meet the poverty trap or get into the poverty trap? Because there are no measures that I can see to deal with that. The just transition is absolutely pittance in the budget that is profiled. And then we have some other things thrown in here. 9 million for greenways, blah, 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 blah. 9 million will do one greenway. It might do one major capital project in a major city. Electric cars. Electric cars, this is a laugh. You have to buy a car for 50,000 with 10,000 off, so you have to have 40,000 hanging around to actually buy one in the first place. You should talk to your colleague. He's one of the few, one of the super rich who could buy one. It's a laugh. Absolutely. An innovative thing to do would have been to deal with public transport in a real way. Have a standard fare across public transport in Dublin, Cork, Limerick, Galway, and have also a standard daily fare. Retrofitting. In relation to retrofitting, there's a 1-year waiting list for the Warmer Home scheme already. And what's been put forward is a laugh. We should be retrofitting all our public buildings. And here's something which I proposed, which was ignored. We should start with all our schools and all our educational facilities to demonstrate and give leadership. Of course, that doesn't happen either. When it comes to retrofitting, it's also quite clear that this government don't fully get it. They don't fully get it. The impact retrofitting on a large scale would have across the country, particularly in rural areas, would be massive, and it's a missed opportunity. And I see that there is funding being ring-fenced for the Midlands in relation to the Board of Mona workers who are losing their jobs. I welcome that, Minister. I also want to make a point. There's a few hundred workers who lost their jobs last year in Littleton, Bord na Móna factory. I had to help a Chinese company come in to work with Bord na Móna called Sabrina Manufacturing Limited to do recycling of plastic goods there. So there is employment being brought in through work myself and others have done. I presume, Minister, that the people of Tipperary and the people of Littleton and surrounds who worked in Thurles, who worked in the Bord na Móna factories and their related factories are all covered by this scheme as well. Because surely a government wouldn't discriminate against the people of Littleton and Tipperary versus the other areas in the Midlands. I'm sure that's covered. You might check the detail on that for me. When it comes to taxation, as I said, I welcome the changes in relation to commercial stamp duty. However, there are being massive profits being made here, and we can see it all around the country. All you have to do is buy the papers, look up the papers. You can see the actual prices being requested alone are colossal. So I think we could have even went further in relation to it. I welcome a small thing, but something I'm passionate about. I welcome the thresholds in relation to the changes in relation to microbreweries. It's something that will allow that industry to grow. Obviously, we're far too dependent on corporation tax. And I believe that the vacant site levy is something which I brought into this House, which we as a government brought through, but that, Minister, should be increased. And also, the administration of it has to change. It takes too long, way too long. And not only does it take too long, but there are too many loopholes in relation to how it's being administered, how various different people are able to get out of it for an extra year or an extra year or an extra year. It's not acceptable, particularly when so many of those sites are needed for mostly housing but also other commercial schemes as well. When it comes to business and Brexit, I don't believe that the funding provided by this government in relation to Brexit is actually enough. I believe the communication around the schemes to help various SMEs has been atrocious. All you have to do is recite off the figures who are taking up the various different offers when it comes to the R&D grants and the various other different schemes. The numbers are pitiful. They're pitiful because the administration of them is too cumbersome. The communication of how they work is actually brutal. And in relation to the specific nature of them to be in the right sectors, it's not detailed enough. And that needs to change. I also really regret that, and I thought you would deal with this given it was the major issue of the last few months, that you would deal with the insurance industry, that there would be measures in this budget that would be supported by this House to deal with the insurance industry. The gouging